Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Subi. I work for a company called Pacific Basin. We're a dry bulk shipping company headquartered in Hong Kong, and I'm going to be your MC for this afternoon. My first request to all of you is to please turn your phones to silent so that we don't disturb speakers and panelists. In late June of this year, the Hong Kong Maritime Museum put on an exhibition called Hong Kong's Maritime Miracle, the story of our city since 1945. And that was to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the formation of the Hong Kong SAR. This symposium is being treated as the grand finale to the Maritime Miracle exhibition. And the main purpose of this afternoon is to invite industry leaders to this group to talk about the future of Hong Kong as a major international maritime center in the context of the development of the Greater Bay Area, in the context of the increasing importance of crew welfare, in the context of all the discussions we're having about sustainability, green shipping, and all the other associated challenges and opportunities that come with it. We have two main sessions today. The first session is called Maritime and the Community, followed by a 30-minute coffee break. And then the second session is called Maritime Technology and Sustainability, after which we will have industry drinks in Cafe 8, to which everyone is cordially invited. I'd like to call upon now the Museum Director of the Hong Kong Maritime Museum, Professor Joost Schokkenbroek, to come and say a few opening words.
The microphone, yeah, the microphone is on. Thank you very much indeed. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome from the Maritime Museum to you here. We are gathered in the Blue Ocean Theatre. This afternoon is the premiere, as it is the first time this beautiful new multi-purpose auditorium is being used for an event. So congratulations, Lal Chalaram, who is following us virtually, the Chalaram family, and Chalaram Shipping Hong Kong Limited, obviously, Chelship, and congratulations attendees. I think it's a new milestone for the museum to have this auditorium being opened basically today. It is wonderful to see important representatives of the Hong Kong maritime world here in the audience. Also, your colleagues, I already referred to this, also your colleagues are attending virtually from nearby or from further away, like mainland China. And Hing Chao, for instance, is in Shanghai, I believe, at this moment. The main title of the symposium, ladies and gentlemen, refers to our recently concluded exhibition project. Subi already alluded to this, Hong Kong's Maritime Miracle, the story of our city since 1945. Emotionally and financially supported by so many of you, including Chelship. We are very happy with the subtitle of this symposium, referring to something the HKMM wants to create for the shipping world, a community. As I have more speaking time later this afternoon, I will keep it very brief and pass the baton to moderator Subi again, who will introduce the various speakers. And I wish you a most enjoyable and educational afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Joost. Thank you very much. We are also extremely grateful to Chalaram Shipping Hong Kong Limited for sponsoring this event. And I'd like to invite Mr. Vishal Khurana, Director and Chief Executive of Chalaram Shipping, to come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Subi. Thank you, Joost. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this symposium on behalf of Chalaram Shipping. The Maritime Museum first spoke to us in September 2021 of their plans to project to the Hong Kong community this unique story of the Maritime Miracle as part of the 25th anniversary of the establishment of Hong Kong SAR. Let me begin by running you through the story of Hong Kong's Maritime Miracle. It began, as we already heard, at the end of the Second World War in 1945, when much of the city and its harbor lay in ruins. The shipping industry was back in operation in a mere 10 months, while over 200 shipwrecks in Victoria Harbour were cleared within 2 years, and the city was rebuilt. The post-war recovery was incredibly swift then. Late 40s and 50s saw the rebuilding of port facilities, shipyards, and the relocation of ship owners from Shanghai to Hong Kong. In fact, Hong Kong Ship Owners Association was established in 1957 with just 11 local ship owners. Manufacturing textiles, toys, electronics, etc. gave a shot in the arm to exports and as a consequence to the shipping industry. As the industry developed, many took to a seagoing career, and by 1964, you'll never believe, but there were 80,000 seafarers in Hong Kong then. Kwai Chung Container Terminal became operational in 1972, and by 1987, it overtook Rotterdam as the world's busiest container port. Not to be left behind, Pearl River trade thrived between Hong Kong and ports in the Pearl River. Early 70s saw the birth of third-party ship management in Hong Kong. The maritime sector has since grown, and as we fast forward the years, Hong Kong is presently marked as the fourth international maritime center with expansion of maritime clusters in ship management, shipbroking, marine insurance, ship finance, and maritime law, and an impressive shipping registry. Indeed, this has been Hong Kong's maritime miracle over the past 77 years since the end of the Second World War. The next phase continues to sustain this miracle and overcome the challenges as the fierce competition in the region and amid rapid development of ports and logistics infrastructure in mainland China, shifting of supply chains from the mainland to other countries, lack of a seafaring community, green shipping, new regulations, and advanced technology. But we are hopeful that with greater integration under Guangdong, Hong Kong, Greater Bay areas, Hong Kong's status as an international maritime center enhances, and it also provides new opportunities to encourage local young people to join the shipping industry. In this context, it's heartening that the Chief Executive, in his recent policy address, has laid out the roadmap to promote manpower development, to enhance port efficiency and data sharing in shipping, to promote the development of high value-added modern logistics, and to encourage wider application of technology by the logistics industry. Today's symposium aims to unravel some of these issues: Hong Kong advantages in the Greater Bay areas, seafarers' welfare, reshaping global supply chain, green shipping and sustainability, and finally, Hong Kong's role as international premier maritime center. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome you all, our distinguished speakers and moderators, to this symposium, and thank Oos Kockenbroek, Libby Chan, and your wonderful colleagues for your excellent efforts to plan this event today. In closing, I must add that Oost is not only a renowned historian, but also excels in marketing the Hong Kong maritime story, as he was able to convince us to support this symposium in, I think, under 15 minutes when he visited us in September 2021 with Richard. Before I hand you over back to Suvi, may I request those who are here physically or perhaps joining later, please do join us for drinks at the end of the symposium. Hopefully it brings some warmth to the 14-degree forecast for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khurana. So in 2017, the NDRC on the mainland, the National Development and Reform Commission, and the governments of Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau signed a framework agreement on deepening Guangdong, Hong Kong, and Macau cooperation in the development of the Greater Bay Area. The GBA, as everyone refers to, consists of Hong Kong, Macau, and 9 cities in the Guangdong province, comprising a total area of about 56,000 square kilometers and a population of over 85 million people. And to discuss the advantages and opportunities for Hong Kong from the development of the GBA, I'd like to welcome 2 very distinguished gentlemen to enlighten us this afternoon. Mr. Hing Chow, Executive Chairman of Hong Kong Maritime Transport Holdings, is dialing in by video link from Shanghai. And our second panelist is Mr. Kenneth Lam, who is here with us, who is Chairman and CEO of Credit Agricole Asia Ship Finance Limited. Please give them a round of applause. I will not be asking them any specific questions, so this is going to be more in the nature of a fireside chat. And Hing and Kenneth will both bounce ideas and concepts off one another. And if the audience would like to ask some questions in the middle, and I might have one or two of my own, please feel more than welcome. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Zubi, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great honor to be here. I insist upon speaking first because I can now go down into history, as the first, the speaker, for this beautiful auditorium with the right, acoustic. It's a very close, tight-knitted community. In shipping, we together make a lot of history together. Yeah, and this history, we are going to write again, and I'm very, very happy to go down in history to be the first speaker, or at least, me and Hing together, but I'm the first one to speak. Okay. Thank you, Hing, because I just called Hing, and said, I would go first, right? And I'm very mindful of the time. We only have 25 minutes. Hing, I wouldn't take too much of your airtime, but I think, I would just start by giving a little bit of background, to start this, maybe like a fire chat, with Subi moderating as well. So when we talk about the Greater Bay Area and how Hong Kong, fits into this, I think it's probably worthwhile to really, just look at the official policy again. I say this because, for years, as someone grew up, born and raised in Hong Kong, studied a few years in the States, and back in Hong Kong, working for the same bank for 30 years, very, very, very happy, to be involved with the maritime industry. Very, very close to China, doing this international business, with a lot of friends across the world. Somehow, people still say, China can still be a very mysterious, a country. But one thing I say is, in terms of policies in China, it's actually very transparent. If you want to look at policies in China, just click onto Google, look at 12-year, 5-year plan, and 13th 5-year plan. Then you will actually see what China has done in the last 10 years and totally in line with what they have said. And so now we are in the 14th 5-year plan. So I would encourage, people who want to see, to have a glimpse, of what China might become in the next 5 years, just look at, what the Chinese policies are. So when going back to the Greater Bay Area, right? I'm just very, very quickly, to say, okay, Subi, thank you very much. You're telling us that we've got 9 cities, and then Hong Kong and Macau, 85 million people, a GDP of 1.7 trillion, which rank us, the combined top 10 in the world. In terms of policies, just on the website, 2 missions. A new attempt to break new grounds in pursuing opening up on all fronts, a further step in taking forward the practice of one country, 2 system, 2 missions, okay? 6 basic principles, to be driven by innovation and led by reform, to coordinate developments and plan holistically, to pursue green developments and ecological conservation. 4th is to open up and cooperate and achieve a win-win outcome, to share the benefits of developments and improve people's livelihood. And the last but not the least is to adhere to one country, 2 system and act as in accordance with law. Okay, 7 areas of development, getting more interesting. Developing an international innovation and technological hub, expediting infrastructural connectivity, building a globally competitive modern industrial system, taking forward ecological conservation, developing a quality living circle for living, working, and traveling, strengthen cooperation and jointly participating in Belt and Road Initiative, jointly developing Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau cooperation platforms. These directives are written in 2017, modified in 2019. Okay, so what are these messages? So the way I read it is the recognition of differences and take steps to find more cooperation under the differences, under one country, 2 system. And actually, for us, 3 jurisdictions. we've got the Chinese legal system, we've got the legal system in Hong Kong, and we've got the legal system in Macau. And actually, we are actually because of what we use, in common law. I'll go later into that. Hong Kong is actually, in a very, very good position, to insist in the overall development. And there is also this overtone that there is the continuing to open up in all areas. There is investment in technology, investment in infrastructure, investment in green and environmental initiative, and most importantly, investment in people, improve their livelihood, and make the area a quality living place, right? And with this, I just want to say that, this all falls in line with Hong Kong's government's policy in terms of how to grow Hong Kong into a maritime hub. Okay, it's under 13, 14, 5-year plan. Hong Kong is international finance, shipping, and trade center. So what is the international shipping center? It's not just about how many ships are going through Hong Kong. It's not just about being the 4th largest, registry in the world. It is just like Vishal, earlier, has alluded to. It is about building the maritime cluster in Hong Kong. Building the maritime cluster with, firstly, at the top of the chain, the commercial principles who would find stability, certainty in tax, in legal, in regulatory matter, to be based in Hong Kong, to be supported by finance, supported by law, and then the rest of the maritime cluster will follow. And it's how we build with human resources. So maybe I think a lot of time already, Heng. So I think maybe with this background, I'll pass the stage, to Heng, to share his thoughts, about GBA and maritime Hong Kong and GBA.
Thank you, Kenneth, for a very comprehensive introduction to the GBA. Sorry, my screen's a bit blurred. I'm calling from my hotel in Shanghai. Maybe what I can contribute to this discussion, it's what Hong Kong has done and how Hong Kong is being positioned within GBA. Obviously, I think Hong Kong's function as a leading city within GBA, there are more and more things added to it recently under the 14th 5-year plan that Kenneth has alluded to. Hong Kong is now becoming pinpointed as the center for artistic and cultural development, among other things. But if we go back to the beginning, if we go back to the original announcement around 2019, Hong Kong is clearly positioned by China's central government as the leader for international finance, international trade, and international shipping. The three obviously are closely interlinked. So I would encourage everyone to look at these three areas, not necessarily as three sectors, but three closely integrated, a holistic unity, which Hong Kong would do well to understand how we can strengthen the ties between finance, trade, and shipping, and together, both on the one hand, to tap into national policies and national resources within China through the GBA, but also to connect it to the international world. In terms of what we have done from a shipping point of view, since 2019, Hong Kong Ship Owners Association has been really one of the early movers. We have set up a GBA task force, which of course everyone is very aware of that. And since 2019, the Ship Owners Association, despite all the quarantines and difficulties in travel, we have made annual delegation visits to different areas within the GBA, most particularly to Guangzhou and to Shenzhen. And even though a lot of the progress is not necessarily common knowledge, maybe I can take this opportunity just to give everyone a quick update. First, let's begin what people know. So last year, we organized the first Greater Bay Maritime Forum, which was attended virtually by a lot of friends around the world, including by friends in China, in mainland China, but also we had a physical participation, including the patronage of our last chief executive, Mrs. Carrie Lam. This platform is constructed as a forum where different stakeholders for shipping within the GBA from both across the border in mainland China and in Hong Kong, we can use this platform to talk to one another, to exchange ideas, reach consensus, and make public announcements. So the idea is to have government representatives as well as industry representatives and other stakeholders all taking part in the most topical issues, which are of relevance not only to the GPA, but I would say globally. So at the platform last year, as some of you may recall, we also made breakthroughs in terms of memorandums of understanding, which were signed between different stakeholders. In particular, we focus on collaboration on maritime arbitration and maritime law. The idea is for this forum to rotate. So this year, the forum is going to take place in Guangzhou. Unfortunately, because of the quarantine situation, because of the recent outbreak in Guangzhou, the date has been pushed back to December. But in any case, we're going to have a forum before the end of the year. At the same time, we are having a multi-pronged discussion with various stakeholders across different aspects related to shipping, including in education, including port, including in training, and of course, including in maritime law and finance. What have we done? What have we actually delivered? As some of you may know, Shenzhen is now being positioned by China as the future ocean city, one of the most important ocean centers together with Shanghai and Hong Kong. The positioning that Shenzhen has taken, apropos Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Guangzhou is a little bit different. So the focus on ocean economy is a bit more broad-based, is a bit more focusing on high-value services rather than the maritime sector per se. However, to make this happen, Shenzhen, as one of the major innovation and scientific research and intelligence wisdom centers of China, they have aimed to connect research, university with industry. So there's concrete plan, and indeed, the first year for the Ocean University of Shenzhen has already rolled out, and I'm very pleased to tell everyone, for those of you not aware of this development, but the Hong Kong SOA has already come to an agreement to work closely to help Shenzhen Ocean University with a view of nurturing a future, incubating a future maritime business school. So in terms of education partnership, Shenzhen, we're working with Shenzhen Ocean University in Guangzhou. In the forthcoming Maritime Forum, we will have a signing ceremony. Sorry to break the news before the forum has actually happened, but it's going to happen anyway, with Guangzhou Navigation College, where we aim to tighten up collaboration in terms of training and education for people who have a future career in seafarers. And in addition to that, Guangzhou is very interested to work with international partners to strengthen the provision of maritime training, particularly as we know we're in the middle of a massive energy transition, and therefore the skill sets in handling future cargo, in future propulsion system, LNG, ammonia, methanol, LPG, hydrogen, all of these are things that China has to develop, and they very much want to do this in partnership with Hong Kong and in partnership with the world through Hong Kong. So I would say, all in all, Hong Kong really has a key role to play. Just one more point, because I am aware that I've been speaking for a long time now, is that Hong Kong's nature as a business center, as a maritime center, is somewhat different from Shenzhen, somewhat different from Guangzhou, and somewhat different from the rest of China, in the sense that it's very much industry-led. One of the things that I've been asking myself and asking stakeholders within Hong Kong and China is, how are we going to collaborate? How are we going to create a mechanism for engagement where the leaders, the thought leadership, the action leadership in Hong Kong is very much led by the industry, and where in China is led by the government? Well, I'm glad to tell you that over the last 3 years, I think we are increasingly coming to understand, and our friends in the GBA, also within the government, are increasingly coming to understand that in Hong Kong, government, of course, are important, but they are facilitators. If they want to know what to do for the future, come and talk to us, come to talk to the industry. They get the point. So on this note, I pass it back to Kenneth and pass it back to Subi.
Thank you, Hein. Going back to the Hong Kong governments, maybe also just dig deeper into today's topic. Hong Kong's advantages in the Greater Bay Area, right? So I would start by saying that our advantages, start with our existing human resources, because we have a lot of DNA in shipping. So I joined in 1990, but I'm told, when I joined that, back in the 70s, 80s, Hong Kong owners actually boost controlling a quarter of the world fleet, in tankers and bulkers. Although the Greeks would say that today, but anyways, we still have a lot of DNA. And just fast forward, currently we have Sabrina Chow, Heng's sister, as the chairman of BIMCO. And Kenneth Koo of TCC is recently, the vice chairman of Intertanko. So I think enough said, right? We have a lot of knowledge. We have a lot of people that are very, very committed to the industry. So I think it is a very good start. Another big advantage, as I mentioned, the use of common law, because as you know, in shipping, most of our documentation, everything, registrations, disputes, arbitration, mostly in English law. So this is a very, very important, intrinsic advantage, that we really have. And with all these advantages, I would also say that we actually manage to bring about international organizations, like, for example, ICS to be based the first ever overseas office in Hong Kong. These are also things that we do together. And I will also say that for many years, I think as a shipping community, we have a very, very good connection, with the international community, because truly, our ships, are sailing, all over the world, day in, day out basis. In recent years, I've also seen that, the advantage is that, the Hong Kong government is actually more geared towards, helping Hong Kong as a maritime center, with matters I discussed before, is to create the necessary certainty and stability for people to base the fleet, to base their businesses in Hong Kong. Starting with tax, 23B, as we all know, served as well since the early 90s. But because of different business model, the talk about finance leases, operating leases, bareboat, and there's so many different business models in shipping. So in recent years, we have the ship leasing bill to help clarify matters, to reaffirm 23B. And we also, on top of that, we have the tax concessions, for the insurance companies. We have the tax concession this year also, to make sure that the ship managers, the ship agencies, and ship managers, will also be based in Hong Kong. So I think Hong Kong usually adopt a policy of letting the industry run its course of business, but in front of our competitors these days, like Heng just mentioned, we have a government that is very willing to be a facilitator, to help us to have the necessary ingredients, to be based in Hong Kong. So I've seen Subi going through. Are we running tight on time?
For time, we have another 5 to 6 minutes, no problem.
Okay, great. So I think with governments playing the role as a facilitator, it helps. Okay, now going back to the advantages of us being in the Greater Bay Area. Heng has mentioned across the border we have a lot of human resources in technology. There's actually also a lot of capital over on that side. If we have more time, we can also discuss, what the roles Hong Kong has, before the internationalization of RMB, how we can make those capital more efficient, and be responsible capital to be used, in the industry, in all these environmental, development. But I'll just give two quick examples. With the recent policy, for example, Hong Kong people now working in the Greater Bay Area would only pay Hong Kong tax in certain areas. I think you've all seen that, in the news. I think it is also a good development to give, more opportunities for people in Hong Kong, for people in the maritime industries, also, to be more involved, to seek, more employment opportunities. And in terms of human resources, I think most people would be, wherever you go, you would be most worried about, housing and education. And you know what? Recently, in Nam Sha, there's a school created that is teaching Hong Kong syllabus. And students there actually are going through and they can take the DSE, the most important local exams. I think things like this, are really, really fostering the movement of human capital. And without spending too much time, I think human capital is really something that, what Hong Kong government is alluding to, in attracting to Hong Kong, in encouraging them to base in Hong Kong. And the human capital is not just people in Hong Kong. Human capital is people internationally. They can base in Hong Kong, and they can also use Hong Kong as a base to expand all the businesses, in the Greater Bay Area.
Thank you very much. I have one question, if you don't mind. As we go forward, should we be looking for specific differences between the various 9 cities that make up the GBA and capitalize on each of those areas' unique skills and features, or should we be looking more for the similarities between them and then capitalizing on those similarities? How do you see it progressing over the course of the next 5, 10, 15 years?
Well, Hing, I would just say that, it's really both, that, we find some challenges, and the opportunities. But you are there in Shanghai and you are always there in GBA, and maybe you should answer the question.
I think it is a little bit of both, because on the one hand, Hong Kong has evidently a lot of advantages in terms of the business environment, which we see GBA government, including Nansha, including Shenzhen, are very much trying to replicate, not necessarily in a bad way, because obviously Hong Kong's legal framework, legal environment gives particularly international businesses a lot of comfort. And by extending the policies, by creating a similar sort of tax, legal, and perhaps even financial environment, this will really extend Hong Kong's advantages, really in a way extending Hong Kong into the GBA. However, what I'm also keen to see being avoided is vicious composition. So I think having a virtuous competitive landscape, a virtuous understanding in terms of differential cooperation is also very important. I mean, Hong Kong has evident advantages in international finance, as an established arbitration center recommended by BIMCO in their Standard Chartered Party. These are things which mainland China and GBA cities will find it very difficult. And indeed, it's not necessary to replicate. On the other hand, they have talents pool, very deep reserve of talent, potentially tapping not only within the 75 million people that Kenneth has already talked about, but deeper into China. So I think these are things that Hong Kong shipping industry, shipping companies would really stand to benefit from. At the same time, Hong Kong education, we're very developed, we're very international. Chinese education could benefit from a lot of the know-how in Hong Kong. However, they need to come up with policy alignment. So I would say difference, but also find ways where we can build a bridge and make the systems come together. I think by doing both and doing intelligently really hold the key to making Greater Bay Area work. I'm aware of time, Subi and Kenneth. Shall we take this opportunity to maybe open the floor to questions? Because Ken and I, we are very passionate about the GBA and we can be here for hours, but obviously we don't have the time.
Any questions from the audience, please?
Please.
Brian.
You just mentioned the Maritime University in the GBA. So could you please tell us more about the university? How can it benefit the Hong Kong maritime community? So can you give us most example on that? Thank you.
Yes, mainly to do with talents. As you know, Hong Kong is one of the most developed shipping centers with a very strong cluster, including both ship owners as well as ship managers. 3 of the top 10 global international ship managers have their headquarters and are based in Hong Kong. However, as we know, unlike the 1960s, 1970s, we don't have annually 80,000 seafarers in Hong Kong any longer. Obviously, Hong Kong as a major shipping center in Asia, we're able to tap into international resources in the Philippines, in Sri Lanka, in India, even in Europe. However, China is also a major labor market. And as Hong Kong ship owners are at the forefront in many ways in testing out technologies and working with classification societies, etc., we are also well equipped to train the next generation of seafarers. So that is just one example of how to connect into the massive talent reserve in China. But then, we have to look beyond seafarers, because for a lot of Hong Kong people, it may not be so interesting. If we take Shenzhen Ocean University as an example, as they try to position themselves as a major innovation and research university, I think it could also become very attractive for Hong Kong young people to go to Shenzhen Ocean University in the future to study, I don't know, green technology, to understand the potential of carbon capture and how a future maritime industry could be based around it. This could lead to a lot of new employment. It could lead to a lot of IPs, and I think it could be very exciting for Hong Kong young people. And if Hong Kong government can somehow open up existing funds, for example, the METP, to youngsters to also study in future universities, then we can also have Hong Kong young people benefit from the future educational resources, which are to be infrastructure, to be constructed within GBA with a view of either working in China, Hong Kong, or globally. So these are just examples.
Thank you. Maybe just 2 more minutes of your time. I'm very mindful that I come with a finance background, so got to say something about financing, about capital. Talk about differences and opportunities. There is actually a lot of onshore capital just across the border in RMB or in onshore US dollar, ready to invest in ships. Okay, people will say, "Oh, you're going to flood the market," but believe me, with this ESG, the movement, the requirements, on the new technologies, on renewables, it's going to be astronomical. And we have a historical low, almost historical low, order book, especially in terms of bulkers and tankers. We were thankful that we get those capital. As I've mentioned earlier, without yet, the internationalization of RMB, Hong Kong is going to play roles. I mean, the connectivities in bonds, in stocks, in asset management products, I think give us a glimpse of ideas of what might become. So I would think there is that there will be a lot of exchanges, policies, happening within the GPA, encourage the movement of capital for the better of shipping.
Thank you very much, Kenneth, and thank you very much, Hing. I'm afraid we've come to the end of this session, and we'll have to move on. But once again, let's thank our 2 distinguished panelists for their wisdom and sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we will very quickly move on to the next session, which is all about seafarers and seafarers' welfare. Seafarers are our unsung heroes. They work day and night, spend months and months away from their families, delivering finished commodities and all kinds of other goods across international borders, across oceans. And very few people outside the maritime industry actually appreciate or understand the sacrifices they make. So to discuss the importance of seafarer welfare, our moderator for the next session is Mr. Vikas Kumar, who is the Technical Director of Chalaram Shipping. And our esteemed panelists joining him are Dr. Ahmed Fahmy from International SOS, Regional Medical Director, Mr. Kaushik Roy, who is joining us online. He is the Deputy General Manager at MOSK and CESM, and Mr. Lon Lei, who is the General Manager at Aman Shipping. Please give a warm welcome to our panelists.
This is one of the topics close to our heart, so the community here. And a lot of lip service is done, but not progress has not been too much as seafarers' welfare is concerned. Sorry, lackadaisical approach has been there. So you've seen in the last few years, we've had seafarers going through a horrendous time. So we are going to talk about all this. We have 3 speakers. And the first speaker, Dr. Fahmy, I'll pass it on to him. His topic is mental health, health checks, and pandemic challenges.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah. So before I put the situation to context, I actually wanted to come back to what Kenneth mentioned earlier, the concept of human capital. And it's a very topical concept also for healthcare and health promotion within organizations. The healthier, obviously, your seafarers are, the bigger your human capital is. And to give you a little bit of history with regards to well-being and health promotion of in general and diseases over the last, let's say, 20 years, the number of the burden of so-called non-communicable diseases, which are the non-infectious diseases, has significantly increased and has an impact on productivity of organizations in general. And amongst these non-communicable diseases, to name a few, is cancers and lung diseases, cardiovascular diseases. Amongst them, there's also mental health. And mental health has increasingly, progressively over the last 10 years, become a significant burden of disease in the world and according to WHO. Now, the burden of so-called non-communicable diseases has actually continued to even increase during the pandemic. The non-communicable diseases being a risk factor, some of them when you catch COVID or to catch COVID, and equally COVID was eventually a risk factor for people who already had these non-communicable diseases. And so it was also for mental health. So we've seen indeed over the last 3 years almost now, increases in mental health issues. In the context of the maritime industry, also why? Because the context, the environment is even more conducive to mental health issues. Number one, in the context of the pandemic, very long sails, much longer than you used to have in the past. People away from their families, so worried not only about their families with regards to the pandemic. I give an example, India, when there was the Delta wave, and seafarers were understandably very concerned about their families, but also social or political environments and events like the war in Ukraine, and seafarers from the Ukraine who may be very concerned about their families back home. Then, of course, the direct worry about the disease itself and whether it's affecting someone, and what if it affects someone while you're sailing and you're far away from shore. Then the challenges, and I think everybody knows, for people when they are sick to be able to go on shore, and the blockage that were happening in many ports, and that not only when they have mental health issues, but also in case of chronic diseases, and their worry about how they could be taken care of if they came up, or if they had a medical problem in general and a mental health problem in particular. So there were a lot of triggers here that actually were actually increasing the burden in the maritime environment of mental health. And we've seen that a lot over the last couple of years when we got, as International SOS, when we had phone calls coming from offshore. And so it is definitely very, very topical. And just then I will just conclude that, to put things in context, I think it's also, for those who've not thought about it, a wake-up call to understand that mental health, in particular non-communicable diseases, are actually to be handled very seriously in terms of prevention and in terms of systems that are put in place. For the maritime industry, also for mental health, there is still a significant stigma. And we realized in the calls that we had that actually we probably only see the tip of the iceberg of the mental health challenges that may be in the offshore industry and in the maritime industry in particular. I will stop here because I think we'll probably have the opportunity to talk a bit more about the topic.
Now, we'll have the question and answer sessions at the end of the three speakers. Now we have Roy Kaushik on welfare on board, online.
I'll be talking about the welfares on board, and as the doctor has mentioned that mental health, this is a very serious issue, especially in post-COVID situation and during the COVID situation. So we are caring about our seafarers and on their mental health, how to keep them healthy, mentally healthy. And for that, there are various options we have provided them on board. So one of the major thing was providing the internet broadband. So they can, we are providing, unlimited broadband usage for each seafarers on board. But of course, many companies or many ships, they cannot provide these kind of things because I am into LNG industries, and for LNG ships, all latest technologies or whatever we can provide, we provide to our seafarers. So that was a good thing for them. And this we started actually 5-6 years back. And also during the COVID time, we started the remote medical assistance. So this has helped the seafarers, to getting the instant medical advice while they cannot go ashore or they cannot see the doctor physically. And on board also, on our ships, we have the welfare funds for the officers and for the crew. And from company every month, we contribute to those funds. And those funds are handled by the seafarers on board, and they can buy whatever they need for their welfare on board. In addition to that, if they score very good results in inspections or audits, of course, those are external, then they get also some funds from the company just to, provide them thanks. So their welfare funds on board are quite healthy and is encouraging them to do better performance. And once they do that, they get more funds from the company. So that's quite attracting. And also we provide the high victualling allowance. Unlike other ships, LNG ships, they earn more. So to provide our seafarers a quality life on board, we provide high victualling allowances, which are much higher than the average in the industry. Also on board, we organize various competitions and games and try to engage them and provide them T-shirts and some caps, some, the cups, dishes or whatever, to encourage them to keep them mentally healthy and so that they can work safely. And these kind of engagements we do throughout the year at various times on various topics. And so that our aim is to get everyone engaged into some activities and some kind of competition. So they cannot be bored on board. And also we provide extra donation to sick seafarers and their families and who are terminally ill. As company, even sometimes voluntarily, we as staff and other seafarers also in the company, we arrange donation for them. And of course, we provide some bonuses for the Christmas and Chinese New Year's. We provide also some long service bonuses for them, but those are not in terms of money. So we provide them some appreciation plaque or some watches with the company logo, something like that. And we also provide some financial assistance if they want to go for higher studies or something, or with their study leaves, we help them. And we provide also the social security for our European seafarers. And for European seafarers also, it's a round the year salary. So it doesn't matter whether they are at home or they are on board, they get the same salary throughout the year. So that's a big advantage for the seafarers. Usually their contract is 3 months on and 3 months off, but they are on permanent contracts, so it doesn't matter a few days here and there, and they get the same money throughout the year. Of course, certainly for LNG, we have these advantages, but for other trades, maybe they may not afford this kind of contracts or the welfare for the seafarers. And besides that, of course, we help them when they can bring their families on board, in various ways, from their joining pairs to victualling on board and some other amenities also we provide. And besides that, also on board, we provide the gym, swimming pool, libraries, and entertainment things, and some enhanced medical equipment so that they can monitor they can do their whale checkup by their own every day. And also we focus on their foods and other things. So what kind of foods normally they can consume, what are the good effects and bad effects of those kind of foods. And we train our chief cooks on those preparation of those foods and recipes. And we also run some awareness program for the seafarers so that they are aware of what kind of foods they should take, what kinds of foods they should avoid. So these are all around the year programs. So we run from the office as well as on board. They get trained, on board training. And during this COVID time, and still we are providing them the medical PPE and other COVID stuff, to rat test kits. And also we provide them, some extra isolation days, which are our company requirement particularly. So we keep them assured once they fly to the joining port. So we keep them 7 days at this moment. Before it used to be 14 days. In hotel to monitor their health condition, and once all okay, then only they can join the ships. So, and we love to hear from the seafarers. So we operate transparency, and they can also let us know what they want. Of course, everything cannot be fulfilled then and there, but we hear from them, and we try to do our best to keep them happy on board and to look after their families as well. And also at the same time, we keep on checking what other companies are doing for the seafarers' well-being. And that gives us, some insights, and also some survey results also we follow. And we want to know actually what further we can do for our seafarers on board. But at this moment, we are doing our best. And as you know, during COVID time also, the Hong Kong SAR government also helped a lot for their seafarers' well-being, and their joining, signing off, and all those stuff. So that's a good initiative from our Hong Kong government. And many governments in the world also did this. But from our company side also, this after COVID is past, we'll try to improve more on their well-being on board, especially their mental well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaushik. We have the third speaker now, Lorne Lay. His topic is how technology training can help have positive impact on seafarers' work and life.
Thank you. Good afternoon, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Long Lei from Aman Shipping. Followed by the previous speaker's speech. Crews, seafarers, they are the key persons in this industry. I remember in one event, Beyond said, shipping in your blood, but in this industry, the seafarers, they are the blood of this industry. They are working on board, and they are working in the front lines. So their working environment is outside of the world, with access limited to the tools and the support. And it could be dangerous and harmful. And also when they are when their health and life in a critical situation, the situation could be very critical without prompt medical aid. So it's a different world with the life on land, and also they don't stay with their families. When they return home, they do not recognize their children. They complain. They don't take them to the schools, to the shows, to the sports events, etc. So it's a tough work. But the situation is changing with some development of the new technologies. This situation is changing for good. For the work efficiency, as we know, now we have GPS. So before, for the old captains, they do the navigation routes. They will check the sea chart. But now with the assistance of the GPS, so it's easy for them to calculate the routes. And also in some vessels, as for our vessels, we installed some cameras on the vessels. The camera with the AI technology, because now the seafarer, they are from different countries. We have Chinese crews, Filipino crews, Indian crews. So basically, their training, the standard is different. So with the assistance of this technology, for example, it can regulate the behavior of the crews on board. The AI technology in the camera, for example, if the crew goes to the restricted area without wearing the helmet, then the camera can detect that and can send alarm information to the captain and also back to the office. So we know that there's a crew went to the restricted area without wearing the helmet. So it can help to regulate the crew's behaviors. And also, if the crew fell down in the engine room, and also the camera can detect this. So, and they can ask for immediate help and assistance from the other crews and the companies. Talking about the cruise training, I have to say there are few reasons that the current crew training regime is not effective. Classroom training cannot provide the crew more opportunities to give them more practical hands-on experience. So they can only learn some knowledge in the classroom, but there is lack of the hands-on experience. And also, when the crew they are on leave, they go back to the home. They are reluctant to participate in the training course provided by the company. And the assessment of the effectiveness of the training usually now is missing. And also for the for the seafarers, they have the training in the company on shore, but they don't have much opportunity go back to the training materials when they need it, when they're working on board. So so these are the training, the thing we have to improve. But now the situation is also slowly changing. I think everyone heard of the virtual reality. We call it VR. You can also call AR. So this advantage tool can give real and engaging situation for the experience for the crew to experience. For example, if is a realistic experience of a lack of oxygen in the closed space. This can be created in the minds of the seafarers by using this VR. So they don't have really go to the enclosed space during the training. And another example is static electricity hazard created in a cargo tank loading flammable liquid. This can be explained logically by using VR. So for the crews to better understanding what's gonna happen, what they will do. And also for the main engine overhaul. So before the crew do the overhaul, the seafarer can go through a VR based training tool to better understand the task and the precautions to be exercised during the overhaul. So these tools can help to have a better effective training for the crews. And also talking about the seafarer safety and the health. The international SOS provide the 24 hours, 7 days private doctor, which is quite helpful for the crews, because usually there's no professional doctors on board. So when they are injured or they became ill, they need immediate medical assistance. So these doctors can really, first of all, give them the immediate advice, and also calm down the seafarers. Let them know what they are having or what they are experiencing. So can calm down them. But for some very severe injury and illness, they may need immediate treatment. For example, the surgery. So if with the development of the internet, like 5G or 6G, or whatever, so maybe the doctor can use remote control to do the surgery through the online, so they can provide the immediate treatment to the crews. I know a story from our charterer mosque. A few months ago, a crew just drink the water which he thought was water. It's actually not the water. It's a chemical thing in the bottle, but without the label. So he drank. Then he was poisoned. Then there was no efficient treatment. There was no medicine. Then he was unfortunately passed away after a few hours. If there is such thing that we can help, and we can have the professional advice from the doctors, and they can give the treatment immediately, it could save his life. And also the seafarer, they don't stay with the family, so their life features is different with the land routines. Now we know we have internet, we have WhatsApp, WeChat, so the crew can talk with family every day. So it make the distance closer. Those are all the technology can have the positive impact on the crews. The technology can help only step by step, but I believe eventually some work can be replaced by the technologies, by the machines, which can reduce the number of the seafarers working on board. But it will be developed step by step. But in this industry, we should put focus on the development of the new technology for the seafarers to better train themselves, to get whatever they can have for the safety of the seafarers and also the operation of the vessels. Thank you.
We open the floor to any questions from anybody.
Can I just maybe jump on what you just said? So yes, hopefully the technology will help us to address emergencies on board. One of the things that I've also observed until the technology helps us to indeed address these emergencies is also, for example, maybe a thought to be given to increase the skills of certain key people on board. I'll give you an example. I cross-checked. For example, the utilization of medical oxygen on board is not specifically very popular all the time, and depending, of course, on the companies. Number two, if, for example, you have to put an IV, it still is not a practice yet that is something that you would see because the people are not medical. That being said, it could be trained eventually. Or, for example, suturing. People who have injuries, having people on board trained for that to suture them. That, of course, provided the fact that legally they are allowed to do so, because people may say, no, I don't want to do something wrong, therefore I'm not going to do it. But there are a couple of things that I observed that where I thought, why can't we actually have that to increase the possibility to treat also for certain things in certain circumstances the seafarers. And then very quickly, we've spoken a lot about what happens during the sail, but I think a lot of effort needs to be also put in the prevention. That means that making sure that the most healthy people actually board, and that starts with the employment process and the deployment process, making sure, of course, that you have systems in place ensuring that people who are deployed or who are going on board are healthy, to minimize the risk of health events happening. Health events will happen. They will always happen. But there's a whole work that can be done upstream before they are deployed in terms of prevention. And part of that prevention, and I will stop with that, is education of seafarers with regards to chronic diseases, mental health, and taking away, again, also for mental health, the stigma, so that they feel more comfortable to raise their voice and to mention it while they're sailing.
Actually, a lot of training is provided, as you said, why can't the training, but I think people don't use it for a number of years, you know, so, I mean, then the confidence to use this stitching and all that goes away.
you're right. There are people who are trained.
Yeah, there are people trained.
But then if eventually, repeatedly retrain them.
They don't use it for 5 years, and then it's so difficult to use it. But coming back to this, actually, in the ship management and ship owners, the whole spectrum. Some people are providing, some are not providing, and like we have on our ships, internet, Netflix. But maybe it's we have to have some goal, like how for the ship construction we have goal-based, and everybody must follow the same thing. So those kind of rules are needed to make sure that the life is improved overall.
Are there any questions from the audience? One over there.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Lee from the trade union. I previously worked for the Seafarers Union, and I think I met the moderator before. And I also, when I was working for the Seafarers Union, there is a gentleman over there, Mr. Roger Tupper was the director of Marine Department, and together we work for the ILO on the issue of the Maritime Labour Convention 2006. The point is I want to raise to the gentleman here is that what is the main concern of our seafarers, especially the ratings, the able seamen, when they are more tend to be vulnerable without the union's representation. I take an example, the wages of the ratings are relatively low, if I can say, and they make a lot of sacrifice during the COVID-19, except for the mental health and the payment. And what is the main concern of the ratings are the payment, the wages, the take-home wages. And when the seafarers and the ratings are making a lot of sacrifice, we heard that the shipping companies, especially the ship owners, are making a lot of profits. I'm not sure whether I'm right. We heard that there is a shipping company, a big one, the OOCL. They paid 4 times for this year, 4 times to the shareholders for a big the share dividends, 4 times. So they are very generous to shareholders, but in terms of ratings, we cannot see that there is a big raise of wages. So what the union's asking is, can the shipping companies and ship owners to do more on the payment to the seafarers, especially for the ratings? In the previous section, we heard that there is a tax concession from the Hong Kong government to the ship owner companies. In this year, we heard that the shipping companies in Hong Kong can pay the special profit tax at the rate of 8.25% instead of 16.5%, half of the usual profit tax. So shipping companies are enjoying the benefits in Hong Kong, not the seafarers. So we try to raise the wages of the seafarers and also try to comply with the Maritime Seafarers, Maritime Labour Union, not Maritime Labour Convention 2006, to provide decent working conditions, including the payment to the seafarers. Thank you.
Vikas, would you like to react to that for a moment?
I mean, you're right. The seafarers' lives have to be improved. And we met before, and the union wages are one part, but unions also have to try and see how to improve the life. Because MLC is very broad, So, maybe unions have to work with seafarers to see how to improve lives on board. And of course, the ship owners should, I think many of the ship owners will be willing to do, if the identified things are there, okay, this is how we can go forward.
Thank you. We don't have any more time for this session, but thank you very much to all four of you for this very enlightening session. I'd like to call upon Just once again. To be the connector between the first session and the second.
I don't have a microphone at this moment. Maybe I need one, but you might be able to hear me here. But maybe people online may have a difficulty. So without continuing to shout, yes, I feel privileged to talk in between the two sessions, and I don't want to deprive you of your coffee or your tea, but I would like to share with you some observations and also how the Maritime Museum tries to connect with a number of topics that have been discussed this morning in the first session, but also will be discussed in the second session, I believe, because it's not only the corporate world, but also the cultural world is concerned about a number of elements that have been brought to the fore here. As mentioned before, the symposium takes place under the aegis of the now not any longer being installed Maritime Miracle exhibition. And we have three key messages in that exhibition, and I think it might be timely to repeat these messages here. One, and maybe I should adjust the message. The original message was no shipping, no shopping. Crucial, no shipping, no shopping. Maybe I should adjust that and say no seafarers, no shipping, no shopping. Because that indicates indeed the importance of the people who make it all work. So we hope through the exhibition to enhance awareness of the importance of the maritime world that you represent here to our daily lives, to the shoes that I buy, the suit that I wear, the food and drinks that I take. Secondly, connectivity, and I think that was also alluded to earlier in the first session, connectivity. I think, Kenneth, you mentioned about the DNA. Well, we try to, through the exhibition, indicate, look around you. It might be that you don't know it, but your brother, sister, uncle, parents, whatever, might be connected with the maritime world in one way or another, as a maritime lawyer, a broker, a shipping agent, whatever it is, banking, whatever it is, there is a connection with the maritime world. And thirdly, we particularly focus on the can-do spirit of Hong Kong, but I think listening also to the second session this afternoon, I think it's something that we should praise for all seafarers at this moment. The resilience, the can-do spirit, to try to survive and make the best of it, individually and I guess also collectively. And that collective element might help well when it comes to the moral, or the health issue, the mental health issue. So a few words then about the maritime and the community. Last week we experienced the 6th edition of the Hong Kong Maritime Week. The museum is a co-organizer of the Maritime Week. We think it is crucial to show both the shipping community and the local community at large that the museum affiliates with the present and the future of shipping, not just the past, but the present and the future of shipping, and wants to be a meeting place, a place for debate, for contemplation, for relaxation, for a cup of coffee with a newspaper, but also a place where young talents may be inspired to pursue a maritime career, something that some of you, Kenneth and Hing in particular, alluded to earlier. In his video message during our recent fundraising dinner in October, the Chief Executive, Mr. John Lee, not only congratulated the Hong Kong Maritime with the event, but also specifically referred to the museum as an important stakeholder for government and the maritime community. Mr. Lee kindly repeated this observation during his visit to the museum in late October, complimenting us on the Maritime Miracle exhibition and other semi-permanent exhibitions. And at that particular visit, I bluntly repeated his message that he wants to bring to the audience, as it is, bring Hong Kong back to the world and the world back to Hong Kong. And I indicated, I believe that our museum is eminently suited to help you, if that's the right word, to help you in bring that message, because our international collections, international networks, just to give you a few ideas, and I think that also brings back to what Kenneth and Heng were talking about earlier. We connect with our friends, our Maritime Museum friends in Macau, in Guangzhou. We connect with Shanghai Maritime University, trying to bring the maritime history of Hong Kong into the syllabus related to Chinese maritime history that's used at the Shanghai Maritime University. And guess what? There's no word, no comma, no syllable devoted to the Hong Kong maritime history in that particular syllabus. And I think it's time that we step up as a museum as well and bring what we know, what we have to that course. So we also, not only locally but also regionally and internationally, try to reach out. Via our family fun days with free admission for everyone, sponsored by the corporate world, we attract a large number of visitors and educate them about maritime affairs, sharing with audiences the gripping, adventurous, disastrous, humorous, successful stories of the past and the present. Every year on International Seafarers Day, this museum has a family fun day, sponsored by a well-known local company, to enhance awareness of the seafarers and the seafarers' role. This museum signed the Neptune Declaration, and other maritime museums in the world, not all of them, but other maritime museums did so as well. Is it important for the seafarers? Do they know about it? I hope they do. We think it's important because we use this to try to enhance awareness of the seafarers' fate on board these ships. The second session this afternoon, very briefly, then I will conclude. Again, I don't want to deprive you of your coffee and your tea. The second session, which is about to start, is relevant for the museum as well, and I'm blunt to say that I think the museum is relevant for the second session as well. Maritime Technology and Sustainability not just concern you with your expertise and vested interests in making ships sail around the globe as inexpensive, clean, safe, fast, in short, as efficient as possible. I think we all agree that there is more than just economics to factor in. Massive investments are made, or certainly will be made shortly, in adjusting fleets that will contribute to a greener planet and a bluer ocean. We need to share that story, your story that is, with our audiences. This theatre is part of 3 new spaces where we will increasingly focus on maritime conservation, life in the ocean. Here again, you, the shipping community, and us, the cultural educational community, with our strong links to the community at large, we will be able to align. The various topics to be discussed in the second session are dear to our museum's heart and need to be retold for broader audiences. The Hong Kong Maritime Museum, with many other maritime museums globally, as mentioned, has signed the Neptune Declaration. We want to continue to focus on seafarers' living and working conditions. In other words, it's not only life in the ocean that we're going to focus on increasingly, we'll continue to focus on life on the ocean. In conclusion, I must note that I'm not the foremost expert to predict what Hong Kong shipping will look like the coming decades. All I can state for now is that I see a promising future for collaboration between our 2 worlds. So I call it the ABC model of creating awareness via business, that's you, and culture, that's us. So thank you very much indeed. Have your coffee and your tea, and I look forward to the remaining sessions this afternoon. Thank you.
Before we break for coffee, can I request Joost to just stay on this stage for a moment, and present a souvenir to our speakers of the previous session. Dr. Ahmed Fahmy, please. Mr. Lonley. Yeah. Please stay on the stage for a group photo. Mr. Lonley. Mr. Kenneth Lam. And I request the 3 gentlemen from Chalaram Shipping, Mr. Vishal Kurana, Mr. Vikas Kumar, and Captain Rajiv Tetarbe, to just come up for a group photo. Yeah. Coffee is served at Cafe 8, which is on the same deck as we are on, the A deck, and the washrooms are 2 decks below in deck C. Is that right? 2 decks below. Yeah. So coffee is served in Cafe 8 on the A deck, this deck, and the washrooms are on deck C. I would be grateful if you could all come back and be seated by or before 3:40 p.m. Upstairs?
No, the things there, the rooftop, so you will go to the
We have a responsibility as museums. We have a responsibility to our communities, also to address societal issues. A societal issue that will concern you and me and my kids and their kids is climate change.
Right now, our baseline understanding of what is a natural environment in Hong Kong is changing. A diverse marine ecosystem gives us a much healthier and more productive environment. If we care for it, we will have it in the future.
我響天星小輪咧工作已經有17年㗎啦。由於全球暖化嘅關係咧，導致到咧水位上升，好似我哋而家啲船隻泊岸嘅時候咧，好接近嗰個碼頭邊啊，會產生一種碰撞或者危險咯。
我細個就已經喺個海度出世，咁啊跟住爸爸媽媽出海捕魚攞魚。呢個60年代都好多魚捉嘅，每一晚出海攞魚，一下網都可以有100幾廿擔。好似而家例如啲白飯魚，直頭每年都冇得攞，但係冇得攞都冇辦法。
海洋對我嚟講就係生活，近年出海都會感受到人類活動對地球嘅影響。試過練習嘅時候會棘到漁網同埋垃圾，希望大家享受嘅同時，亦都做一個負責任嘅海洋活動愛好者。
Beautifully located right at the waterfront. The Hong Kong Maritime Museum is absolutely delighted to add the Swire Marine Discovery Centre to its offerings. Through the Swire Marine Discovery Centre we can serve 3 objectives. Create awareness amongst our audiences about the fantastic biodiversity of Hong Kong waters. We want to create care. By making the invisible visible, we want to indicate people that it's important to care for the oceans and for the life in the oceans. And the 3rd objective is mobilize action. We need to work together and collaborate with the blue and green NGOs of Hong Kong.
我哋相信每個人都應該有機會接受教育同文化嘅薰陶。我哋希望可以透過太古海洋探知館教育公眾海洋同我哋息息相關嘅關係，從而啟發佢哋對海洋保育嘅重視。
教育係從小做起嘅，我希望見到環境教育能夠全面咁樣納入咗去香港嘅學界課程當中，以至我哋嘅下一代能夠喺一個擁抱海潮發展觀念呢個氛圍之下去成長。
我想透過做研究去收集更加多嘅數據。
我希望可以舉辦更多嘅科研教育活動，拉近人同海洋嘅距離。
We want to collaborate and really create this community sense. Cherish what we have, take care of our oceans, and do it with the Hong Kong Maritime Museum. We have a responsibility as museums. We have a responsibility to our communities, also to address societal issues. A societal issue that will concern you and me and my kids and their kids is climate change.
Right now, our baseline understanding of what is a natural environment in Hong Kong is changing. A diverse marine ecosystem gives us a much healthier and more productive environment. If we care for it, we will have it in the future.
我喺天星小輪咧工作已經有17年㗎啦。由於全球暖化嘅關係咧，導致到咧水位上升，好似我哋而家啲船隻泊岸嘅時候咧，好接近嗰個碼頭邊啊，會產生一種碰撞或者危險咯。
我細個就已經喺個海度出世，咁啊跟住爸爸媽媽出海捕魚攞魚，呢個60年代都好多魚捉嘅。每一晚出海攞魚，一下網都可以有100幾廿擔。好似而家例如啲白飯魚，直頭每年都冇得攞，但係冇得攞都冇辦法。
海洋對我嚟講就係生活，近年出海都會感受到人類活動對地球嘅影響。試過練習嘅時候會棘到漁網同埋垃圾，希望大家享受嘅同時，亦都做一個負責任嘅海洋活動愛好者。
Beautifully located right at the waterfront, the Hong Kong Maritime Museum is absolutely delighted to add the Swire Marine Discovery Centre to its offerings. Through the Swire Marine Discovery Centre we can serve 3 objectives. Create awareness amongst our audiences about the fantastic biodiversity of Hong Kong waters. We want to create care. By making the invisible visible, we want to indicate people that it's important to care for the oceans and for the life in the oceans. And the 3rd objective is mobilize action. We need to work together and collaborate with the blue and green NGOs of Hong Kong.
我哋相信每個人都應該有機會接受教育同文化嘅薰陶。我哋希望可以透過太古海洋探知館教育公眾海洋同我哋息息相關嘅關係，從而啟發佢哋對海洋保育嘅重視。
教育係從小做起嘅，我希望見到環境教育能夠全面咁樣納入咗去香港嘅學界課程當中，以至我哋嘅下一代能夠喺一個擁抱海潮發展觀念呢個氛圍之下去成長。
我想透過做研究去收集更加多嘅數據。
我希望可以舉辦更多嘅科研教育活動，拉近人同海洋嘅距離。
We want to collaborate and really create this community sense. Cherish what we have, take care of our oceans, and do it with the Hong Kong Maritime Museum. We have a responsibility as museums. We have a responsibility to our communities, also to address societal issues. A societal issue that will concern you and me and my kids and their kids is climate change.
Right now, our baseline understanding of what is a natural environment in Hong Kong is changing. A diverse marine ecosystem gives us a much healthier and more productive environment. If we care for it, we will have it in the future.
我喺天星小輪咧工作已經有17年㗎啦。由於全球暖化嘅關係咧，導致到咧水位上升，好似我哋而家啲船隻泊岸嘅時候咧，好接近嗰個碼頭邊啊，會產生一種碰撞或者危險咯。
我細個就已經喺個海度出世，咁啊跟住爸爸媽媽出海捕魚攞魚。呢個60年代都好多魚捉嘅，每一晚出海攞魚，一下網都可以有100幾廿擔。好似而家例如啲白飯魚，直頭每年都冇得攞，但係冇得攞都冇辦法。
海洋對我嚟講就係生活，近年出海都會感受到人類活動對地球嘅影響。試過練習嘅時候會棘到漁網同埋垃圾，希望大家享受嘅同時，亦都做一個負責任嘅海洋活動愛好者。
Beautifully located right at the waterfront, the Hong Kong Maritime Museum is absolutely delighted to add the Swire Marine Discovery Centre to its offerings. Through the Swire Marine Discovery Centre we can serve 3 objectives. Create awareness amongst our audiences about the fantastic biodiversity of Hong Kong waters. We want to create care. By making the invisible visible, We want to indicate people that it's important to care for the oceans and for the life in the oceans. And the third objective is mobilize action. We need to work together and collaborate with the blue and green NGOs of Hong Kong.
我哋相信每個人都應該有機會接受教育同文化嘅薰陶。我哋希望可以透過太古海洋探知館教育公眾海洋同我哋息息相關嘅關係，從而啟發佢哋對海洋保育嘅重視。
教育係從小做起嘅，我希望見到環境教育能夠全面咁樣納入咗去香港嘅學界課程當中，以至我哋嘅下一代能夠喺一個擁抱海潮發展觀念呢個氛圍之下去成長。
我想透過做研究去收集更加多嘅數據。
我希望可以舉辦更多嘅科研教育活動，拉近人同海洋嘅距離。
We want to collaborate and really create this community sense. Cherish what we have, take care of our oceans, and do it with the Hong Kong Maritime Museum. We have a responsibility as museums. We have a responsibility to our communities, also to address societal issues. A societal issue that will concern you and me and my kids and their kids is climate change.
Right now, our baseline understanding of what is a natural environment in Hong Kong is changing. A diverse marine ecosystem gives us a much healthier and more productive environment. If we care for it, we will have it in the future.
我喺天星小輪咧工作已經有17年㗎啦。由於全球暖化嘅關係咧，導致到咧水位上升，好似我哋而家啲船隻泊岸嘅時候咧，好接近嗰個碼頭邊啊，會產生一種碰撞或者危險咯。
我細個就已經喺個海度出大，咁啊跟住爸爸媽媽出海捕魚攞魚。呢個60年代都好多魚捉嘅，每一晚出海攞魚，一下網都可以有100幾廿擔。好似而家例如啲白飯魚，直頭每年都冇得攞，但係冇得攞都冇辦法。
海洋對我嚟講就係生活，近年出海都會感受到人類活動對地球嘅影響。試過練習嘅時候會棘到漁網同埋垃圾，希望大家享受嘅同時，亦都做一個負責任嘅海洋活動愛好者。
Beautifully located right at the waterfront. The Hong Kong Maritime Museum is absolutely delighted to add the Swire Marine Discovery Centre to its offerings. Through the Swire Marine Discovery Centre we can serve 3 objectives. Create awareness amongst our audiences about the fantastic biodiversity of Hong Kong waters. We want to create care. By making the invisible visible, we want to indicate people that it's important to care for the oceans and for the life in the oceans. And the third objective is mobilize action. We need to work together and collaborate with the blue and green NGOs of Hong Kong.
我哋相信每個人都應該有機會接受教育同文化嘅薰陶。我哋希望可以透過太古海洋探知館教育公眾海洋同我哋息息相關嘅關係，從而啟發佢哋對海洋保育嘅重視。
教育係從小做起嘅，我希望見到環境教育能夠全面咁樣納入咗去香港嘅學界課程當中，以至我哋嘅下一代能夠喺一個擁抱海潮發展觀念呢個氛圍之下去成長。
我想透過做研究去收集更加多嘅數據。
我希望可以舉辦更多嘅科研教育活動，拉近人同海洋嘅距離。
We want to collaborate and really create this community sense. Cherish what we have, take care of our oceans, and do it with the Hong Kong Maritime Museum. We have a responsibility as museums. We have a responsibility to our communities, also to address societal issues. A societal issue that will concern you and me and my kids and their kids is climate change.
Right now, our baseline understanding of what is a natural environment in Hong Kong is changing. A diverse marine ecosystem gives us a much healthier and more productive environment. If we care for it, we will have it in the future.
我喺天星小輪咧工作已經有17年㗎啦。由於全球暖化嘅關係咧，導致到咧水位上升，好似我哋而家啲船隻泊岸嘅時候咧，好接近嗰個碼頭邊啊，會產生一種碰撞或者危險咯。
我細個就已經喺個海度出世，咁啊跟住爸爸媽媽出海捕魚攞魚。呢個60年代都好多魚捉嘅，每一晚出海攞魚，一下網都可以有100幾廿擔。好似而家例如啲白飯魚，直頭每年都冇得攞，但係冇得攞都冇辦法。
海洋對我嚟講就係生活。近年出海都會感受到人類活動對地球嘅影響。試過練習嘅時候會棘到漁網同埋垃圾。希望大家享受嘅同時，亦都做一個負責任嘅海洋活動愛好者。
Beautifully located right at the waterfront, the Hong Kong Maritime Museum is absolutely delighted to add the Swire Marine Discovery Centre to its offerings. Through the Swire Marine Discovery Centre, we can serve 3 objectives. Create awareness amongst our audiences about the fantastic biodiversity of Hong Kong waters. We want to create care. By making the invisible visible, we want to indicate people that it's important to care for the oceans and for the life in the oceans. And the third objective is mobilize action. We need to work together and collaborate with the blue and green NGOs of Hong Kong.
我哋相信每個人都應該有機會接受教育同文化嘅薰陶。我哋希望可以透過太古海洋探知館教育公眾海洋同我哋息息相關嘅關係，從而啟發佢哋對海洋保育嘅重視。
教育係從小做起嘅，我希望見到環境教育能夠全面咁樣納入咗去香港嘅學界課程當中，以至我哋嘅下一代能夠喺一個擁抱海潮發展觀念呢個氛圍之下去成長。
我想透過做研究去收集更加多嘅數據。
我希望可以舉辦更多嘅科研教育活動，拉近人同海洋嘅距離。
We want to collaborate and really create this community sense. Cherish what we have, take care of our oceans, and do it with the Hong Kong Maritime Museum. We have a responsibility as museums. We have a responsibility to our communities, also to address societal issues. A societal issue that will concern you and me and my kids and their kids is climate change.
Right now, our baseline understanding of what is a natural environment in Hong Kong is changing. A diverse marine ecosystem gives us a much healthier and more productive environment. If we care for it, we will have it in the future.
我喺天星小輪咧工作已經有17年㗎啦。由於全球暖化嘅關係咧，導致到咧水位上升，好似我哋而家啲船隻泊岸嘅時候咧，好接近嗰個碼頭邊啊，會產生一種碰撞或者危險咯。
我細個就已經喺個海度出世，咁啊跟住爸爸媽媽出海捕魚攞魚。呢個60年代都好多魚捉嘅，每一晚出海攞魚，一下網都可以有100幾廿擔。好似而家例如啲白飯魚，直頭每年都冇得攞，但係冇得攞都冇辦法。
海洋對我嚟講就係生活。近年出海都會感受到人類活動對地球嘅影響。試過練習嘅時候會棘到漁網同埋垃圾， 希望大家享受嘅同時，亦都做一個負責任嘅海洋活動愛好者。
Beautifully located right at the waterfront, the Hong Kong Maritime Museum is absolutely delighted to add the Swire Marine Discovery Centre to its offerings. Through the Swire Marine Discovery Centre, we can serve three objectives. Create awareness amongst our audiences about the fantastic biodiversity of Hong Kong waters. We want to create care. By making the invisible visible, we want to indicate people that it's important to care for the oceans and for the life in the oceans. And the third objective is mobilize action. We need to work together and collaborate with the blue and green NGOs of Hong Kong.
我哋相信每個人都應該有機會接受教育同文化嘅薰陶。我哋希望可以透過太古海洋探知館教育公眾海洋同我哋息息相關嘅關係，從而啟發佢哋對海洋保育嘅重視。
教育係從小做起嘅，我希望見到環境教育能夠全面咁樣納入咗去香港嘅學界課程當中，以至我哋嘅下一代能夠喺一個擁抱可持續發展觀念呢個氛圍之下去成長。
我想透過做研究去收集更加多嘅數據。
我希望可以舉辦更多嘅科研教育活動，拉近人同海洋嘅距離。
We want to collaborate and really create this community sense. Cherish what we have, take care of our oceans, and do it with the Hong Kong Maritime Museum. We have a responsibility as museums. We have a responsibility to our communities, also to address societal issues. A societal issue that will concern you and me and my kids and their kids is climate change.
Right now, our baseline understanding of what is a natural environment in Hong Kong is changing. A diverse marine ecosystem gives us a much healthier and more productive environment. If we care for it, we will have it in the future.
我喺天星小輪咧工作已經有17年㗎啦。由於全球暖化嘅關係咧，導致到咧水位上升，好似我哋而家啲船隻泊岸嘅時候咧，好接近嗰個碼頭邊啊，會產生一種碰撞或者危險咯。
我細個就已經喺個海度出大，咁啊跟住爸爸媽媽出海捕魚攞魚。呢個60年代都好多魚捉嘅，每一晚出海攞魚，一下網都可以有100幾廿擔。好似而家例如啲白飯魚，直頭每年都冇得攞，但係冇得攞都冇辦法。
海洋對我嚟講就係生活，近年出海都會感受到人類活動對地球嘅影響。試過練習嘅時候會棘到漁網同埋垃圾，希望大家享受嘅同時，亦都做一個負責任嘅海洋活動愛好者。
Beautifully located right at the waterfront, the Hong Kong Maritime Museum is absolutely delighted to add the Swire Marine Discovery Centre to its offerings. Through the Swire Marine Discovery Centre, we can serve three objectives. Create awareness amongst our audiences about the fantastic biodiversity of Hong Kong waters. We want to create care. By making the invisible visible, we want to indicate people that it's important to care for the oceans and for the life in the oceans. And the third objective is mobilize action. We need to work together and collaborate with the blue and green NGOs of Hong Kong.
我哋相信每個人都應該有機會接受教育同文化嘅薰陶。我哋希望可以透過太古海洋探知館教育公眾海洋同我哋息息相關嘅關係，從而啟發佢哋對海洋保育嘅重視。
教育係從小做起嘅，我希望見到環境教育能夠全面咁樣納入咗去香港嘅學界課程當中，以至我哋嘅下一代能夠喺一個擁抱可持續發展觀念呢個氛圍之下去成長。
我想透過做研究去收集更加多嘅數據。
我希望可以舉辦更多嘅科研教育活動，拉近人同海洋嘅距離。
We want to collaborate and really create this community sense. Cherish what we have, take care of our oceans, and do it with the Hong Kong Maritime Museum. We have a responsibility as museums. We have a responsibility to our communities, also to address societal issues. A societal issue that will concern you and me and my kids and their kids is climate change.
Right now, our baseline understanding of what is a natural environment in Hong Kong is changing. A diverse marine ecosystem gives us a much healthier and more productive environment. If we care for it, we will have it in the future.
我喺天星小輪咧工作已經有17年㗎啦。由於全球暖化嘅關係咧，導致到咧水位上升，好似我哋而家啲船隻泊岸嘅時候咧，好接近嗰個碼頭邊啊，會產生一種碰撞或者危險咯。
我細個就已經喺個海度出世，咁啊跟住爸爸媽媽出海捕魚攞魚。呢個60年代都好多魚捉嘅，每一晚出海攞魚，一下網都可以有100幾廿擔。好似而家例如啲白飯魚，直頭每年都冇得攞，但係冇得攞都冇辦法。
海洋對我嚟講就係生活，近年出海都會感受到人類活動對地球嘅影響。試過練習嘅時候會棘到漁網同埋垃圾，希望大家享受嘅同時，亦都做一個負責任嘅海洋活動愛好者。
Beautifully located right at the waterfront, the Hong Kong Maritime Museum is absolutely delighted to add the Swire Marine Discovery Centre to its offerings. Through the Swire Marine Discovery Centre, we can serve 3 objectives. Create awareness amongst our audiences about the fantastic biodiversity of Hong Kong waters. We want to create care. By making the invisible visible, we want to indicate people that it's important to care for the oceans and for the life in the oceans. And the third objective is mobilize action. We need to work together and collaborate with the blue and green NGOs of Hong Kong.
我哋相信每個人都應該有機會接受教育同文化嘅薰陶。我哋希望可以透過太古海洋探知館教育公眾海洋同我哋息息相關嘅關係，從而啟發佢哋對海洋保育嘅重視。
教育係從小做起嘅，我希望見到環境教育能夠全面咁樣納入咗去香港嘅學界課程當中，以至我哋嘅下一代能夠喺一個擁抱可持續發展觀念呢個氛圍之下去成長。
我想透過做研究去收集更加多嘅數據。
我希望可以舉辦更多嘅科研教育活動，拉近人同海洋嘅距離。
We want to collaborate and really create this community sense. Cherish what we have, take care of our oceans, and do it with the Hong Kong Maritime Museum. We have a responsibility as museums. We have a responsibility to our communities, also to address societal issues. A societal issue that will concern you and me and my kids and their kids is climate change.
Right now, our baseline understanding of what is a natural environment in Hong Kong is changing. A diverse marine ecosystem gives us a much healthier and more productive environment. If we care for it, we will have it in the future.
我喺天星小輪咧工作已經有17年㗎啦。由於全球暖化嘅關係咧，導致到咧水位上升， 好似我哋而家啲船隻泊岸嘅時候咧，好接近嗰個碼頭邊啊，會產生一種碰撞或者危險咯。
我細個就已經喺個海度出世，咁啊跟住爸爸媽媽出海捕魚攞魚，呢個60年代都好多魚捉嘅。每一晚出海攞魚，一下網都可以有100幾廿擔。好似而家例如啲白飯魚，直頭每年都冇得攞，但係冇得攞都冇辦法。
海洋對我嚟講就係生活，近年出海都會感受到人類活動對地球嘅影響。試過練習嘅時候會棘到漁網同埋垃圾，希望大家享受嘅同時，亦都做一個負責任嘅海洋活動愛好者。
Beautifully located right at the waterfront, the Hong Kong Maritime Museum is absolutely delighted to add the Swire Marine Discovery Centre to its offerings. Through the Swire Marine Discovery Centre we can serve 3 objectives. Create awareness amongst our audiences about the fantastic biodiversity of Hong Kong waters. We want to create care. By making the invisible visible, we want to indicate people that it's important to care for the oceans and for the life in the oceans. And the 3rd objective is mobilize action. We need to work together and collaborate with the blue and green NGOs of Hong Kong.
我哋相信每個人都應該有機會接受教育同文化嘅薰陶。我哋希望可以透過太古海洋探知館教育公眾海洋同我哋息息相關嘅關係，從而啟發佢哋對海洋保育嘅重視。
教育係從小做起嘅，我希望見到環境教育能夠全面咁樣納入咗去香港嘅學界課程當中，以至我哋嘅下一代能夠喺一個擁抱可持續發展觀念呢個氛圍之下去成長。
我想透過做研究去收集更加多嘅數據。
我希望可以舉辦更多嘅科研教育活動，拉近人同海洋嘅距離。
We want to collaborate and really create this community sense. Cherish what we have, take care of our oceans, and do it with the Hong Kong Maritime Museum. We have a responsibility as museums. We have a responsibility to our communities, also to address societal issues. A societal issue that will concern you and me and my kids and their kids is climate change.
Right now, our baseline understanding of what is a natural environment in Hong Kong is changing. A diverse marine ecosystem gives us a much healthier and more productive environment. If we care for it, we will have it in the future.
我喺天星小輪咧工作已經有17年㗎啦。由於全球暖化嘅關係咧，導致到
Good afternoon once again. Thank you all for coming back on time. The next session for today is about maritime technology and sustainability. And our first speaker of this afternoon is Mr. Louis Chan, head of the global research team at the Hong Kong Trade Development Council. And he has kindly agreed to share his thoughts with us on the reshaping of the global supply chain. Please welcome Mr. Chan warmly.
So thank you very much. Thank you for having me here today, this afternoon. This is my presentation. So in the coming 15-20 minutes, I'm going to talk through what we think the global supply chain is going to recalibrate in the coming future, and how the maritime industry is important in the process. So I will basically, my So basically, this summarizes my presentation. These are the factors, okay, you name it, okay, risk factor or opportunities, okay, that are facing us these days. ESG, I'm sure that in the following section we will hear this word, okay, once after once. And the geopolitical situation, the inflation which guiding resources allocation, which makes supply and demand never met each other for quite some time. And the supply chain problem, disruption, okay, some because of the COVID, some because of geopolitics, and some because of the reshuffling of some more fundamental issues. And the COVID is still with us. So I just got a message, okay, from a friend in the mainland that there are some new announcement. It seems that we can expect something good, okay, to be happening, okay, in the near future regarding the zero COVID policy. And we have on the right-hand corner, right-hand down corner, we have a black lady, and this is may I introduce to you if Shadu. Ms. Shadu is the first ever avatar or digital supermodel in the world. So this is some experience we are experiencing at the moment, and this is something which is going to intertwine with the global supply chain. So this is the map I follow since the onset of the pandemic. You can go to the Johns Hopkins University and you can have this update very much real time. So you can see that the pandemic is, we are seeing less and less restrictions all over the world, but actually the pandemic is still with us. And this is a picture. I'm not sure if you also follow these metrics. This is actually a tracker developed by the UNWTO, the World Tourism Organization, with IATA. So they are tracing and tracking how many countries or economies in the world that impose no longer any COVID-related restrictions. And the number is already outdated because I sent my deck to the organizer a week ago. And nowadays, I checked this morning, now it's 116 economies are no longer practicing any COVID-19 related restrictions. So what does it mean by 116 economies? Okay, according to UNWTO, the UNWTO has currently 116 member states. So you can see how much or how high is the proportion of economies not practicing any COVID related restrictions. And this is the situation regarding the rebound of international travel. And we can see that the Asia and the Pacific region remains the laggard, okay, across different countries. And hopefully we are having our fingers crossed for the upcoming quarter, or perhaps after Chinese New Year, maybe there would be some more tangible, significant change regarding the situation across the border. And this is the overall projection of the global economy. We are seeing that this year, after a very significant or very substantial rebound in 2021, after the first year of pandemic, we are going to see a much more humble growth this year, followed by further deceleration in the pace of growth next. And the situation remains largely the same across the mature economy and the developing economy. And we are seeing that the situation is pretty much across the board. So we are not seeing that some countries are really performing much better than the others, even for the driving forces, okay, namely some of the Asian countries, including mainland China and also India. We are going to see much less significant growth in the year to come. Oops. Okay, so what we are expecting in our global supply chain is we are expecting a pretty broad-based slowdown in our economic activities, and at the same time, we are also seeing much disruptive force of prices, okay, which are going to affect resources allocation. We have seen that because of the price of the freight costs and also the logistic costs, and because of the COVID situation, there have been a lot of mismatch in the global supply chain. From the beginning, we see that the supply chain is very much disrupted, and now we see that because of the slowdown of economic activities expected for the coming year, we are seeing now the demand side is succeeding. So we are seeing that the demand supply rebalancing has been ongoing, and we haven't yet see any equilibrium to come. And oops. And this is a result of what's happening. This also has a very significant impact on business investment, especially for those capital-intensive industry like the maritime industry. So when you are planning ahead your mega projects or your mega investment, when more than 90% of the central banks in the world are considering rate hikes, so this is going to border investors, especially on their capex and OpEx decision. And I'm sorry with the I don't think the pointer is working very well today. Don't know why. Yeah, and this is what the business decision makers are expecting, because most of them are expecting the business or the economy, okay, to experience certain form or certain level of recession in 2023, but hopefully and luckily, okay, not very many of them are expecting the supply chain disruption situation to last until the end of next year. So hopefully 2023 will be a game changer, or will be a year where we're expecting change from the pandemic impact to a more normal situation. And this is the expectation from the WTO, from the World Trade Organization. We're expecting only 1% trade growth for 2023. And this year, we're expecting to have some 3% growth in trade volume. So we're expecting a more milder growth in trade, both import and export considered, for the year to come. And meanwhile, this happens not because of there are any hindrance regarding the shipping capacity that we expect, that we have been experiencing in the past 2-3 years, okay, and which also send the freight costs to sky high. But now the container throughput index is becoming more stable, and we are also seeing we are also seeing that this sea freight for the FEU to fall down from its peak in mid-September last year to around $2,000 and $3,000 per FEU pretty recently. And some expect idle capacity accumulating towards the end of the year as well. So we are expecting this situation to stay, if not get worse, okay? Or, I mean, getting worse means for the shippers, maybe, that the sea flight is going to further decelerate. And the same happens to the commercial flights with our homegrown carrier, Cathay Pacific, expecting to resume pre-COVID passenger capacity level only by the end of next year. So we are seeing that the catch-up is pretty slow in this regard. And another thing we have to bear in mind when we are talking about the global supply chain recalibration is the routings. Okay, because for flights and even for the sea-going vessels, there is an other factors we have to factor into our provision of services, because some operators are staying away from the certain countries which are under sanctions or under some other export controls issues. And of course, geopolitics will be another issues. And I don't want to name all those problems currently happening in our world, but as you all are from the maritime industry, you know better than me how these political or geopolitical factors are affecting the businesses. And we are also seeing that according to some studies, the world is entering or has been operating under a period called globalization. Actually, globalization is slowing down. And what's next is something that we are all trying to figure out. And how are we going to really decouple, or we are seeing a more decoupling world, trade pattern or ecosystem, or we are seeing another form of globalization or regionalization? And we can see that this is a figure I found to gauge the situation after the Sino-US trade war since 3 years ago. And we have seen that, even because of the COVID, we have seen that those major product or major import items being affected by the so-called Section 301 tariffs are still performing far worse than the trend situation, pre-trade war trend situation, and not to mention in comparison with the rest of the world. So the trade war has an impact on how the world's two largest economies are interacting with each other in terms of trade. So this would, of course, have a significant implication on global supply chain reshuffling. Okay, this is another interesting vessel that I want to share. Is there are many regional collaboration happening at the same time as well. We have seen the RCEP, which includes 15 major Asia-Pacific economies, including China, including South Korea, Japan, and the 10 ASEAN countries. And we are also seeing some other EAEU, which include some Central Asian and Eastern Asian countries as well. And other than that, we have also seen some very interesting alliances being established in the past few years. RCEP is one I just mentioned, and CPTPP is another one which is currently evolving and enlarging. And also the IPEF, which refers to the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which is not actually a free trade agreement, but some kind of alliance that the member states, the joining states, are going together, to pursue some kind of common goals. So these forms of alliances are also changing or imposing new implications on business, on how they are going to rearrange their supply chain after the pandemic or in the near future. And this is a pretty up-to-date business survey that done by HSBC and Toluca. You can see that more than 40% of the business leaders, they're expecting to overhaul they're expecting to overhaul their supply chain in 2023. And even for those who didn't say that they are going to do it in 2023, nearly half of them consider it a future priority. So this is basically the scene we are facing. So no matter how we are going to collaborate, or we calibrate, or we arrange our global supply chain, there are three issues that I would like to highlight today. One is ESG. So I'm sure that there are other experts who are going to talk about this more related to the maritime industry. And these are the 17 SDG goals that every one of you would have been seeing it for quite a while. And we have also seen that there are a lot of buyers, okay, the users, okay, the ship, the cargo owners, and even the shippers. They are setting up, or they are setting out very clear goals of how to embrace the so-called ESG factors into their sourcing operations. So these are something real, and they are something concrete. And although no matter how to pursue it and how to make these works remains something that worth further discussion. Next, please. And of course, for the maritime industry, this is something very important, because even for the manufacturers and cargo owners, they would like to have far more control or better understanding and management of their Scope 3 carbon emissions, which is very much concerned about the transportation of their products from one end to another. And this is something we all agree that we need to invest more in ESG. And this is something that we can do, for example, with hydrogen and with some other related alternative fuel and other related possibility in terms of digitalization, in terms of alternative fuel and renewable energies, etc., etc. And the next one is digitalization, that I'm sure in the first section there are other experts that have gone through most of these issues. And but what I want to stress here is that there are already many solutions happening around the corner. So we have seen some companies that are using AI machine learning technology to help cargo owners and to fund idle capacity even during the pandemic. And before, there 1/3 of the U.S. Container space is moving across the ocean with no cargo. But this pattern has been changed, as the freight costs skyrocket during the pandemic, for example. And we have seen some more real-time quotes from local, even for the startups, Hong Kong homegrown startups. They are putting up some new solutions to help. And I think I'm really running out of time, and pointer is not working to my favorite. But and other thing is, I'm really sorry about the pointer. I don't know. But the next thing the last thing beyond ESG and digitalization, I want to talk about is the Web3 experience. The Web3 experience is something that happening, and we are sure that. The Web3 experience is something really happening in the market right now, and I'm sure that the situation is happening also to the maritime industry, because in the Web3 environment, everybody don't only write or read on the internet or on any interface that you are, any client-facing interface, but they actually own something in the ecosystem. And this concerns blockchain, which has already been widely applied in the maritime industry in terms of tracking, cargo tracking, and also, more importantly, in trade finance. So this is something is going to impact or having a very significant impact on the maritime industry. And the Web3 market is expected to reach $81 billion in a few years' time. So this is something really happening. And we are expecting a more smart supply chain, because this is a model I adopt from a friend from the cargo industry. But actually, so far, if you follow the fast fashion trend really closely, then you will see that nowadays, from design to commercialization, it takes only 25 days. So this is how the company would make use of the big data generated from sales or other custom experience interface, okay, to speed up or to optimize the design and planning decision. So this is something happening and evolving in the global supply chain, and which is something that companies are fast adopting. And this is my last slide, and I really want to say is we understand that content is very important in the Web3 environment. We need to do a lot to enrich our content to make sure we add value to not only your clients or your customers, but also all your stakeholders. And as just all the experience, all the experts just mentioned in the earlier session, experience is everything. So you have to provide some experience which is valuable, not just to your customers, but also to your employees, to your community, and to all the stakeholders. And in the new era, I tend to believe we no longer have any shareholders. All are our stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Questions from the audience, please. Captain Tatarbe.
Louis, one of the difficulties that I've been facing in my last 22 years in Hong Kong in shipping, that shipping in Hong Kong always and always and always talks about containers and nothing else. You know, if you go and talk to the youngsters here, all that they can see about shipping is OOCL. Even the gentleman from trade union who came today talked about the profits of OOCL. Does the Trade Development Council, HKTC, do you all ever consider bulk shipping or the liquid cargo shipping at all in your equations when you talk about supply chain management?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question, Captain. So yes. Okay, if you, I'm sure that you are aware that we just had our ALMAT, Asian Conference on Maritime and Aviation Logistics conference just weeks ago. So in that conference, we also talk about other forms of other multimodal logistics solutions, including the bulk, even LNGs and any other things. We are also exploring frontiers regarding hydrogen transportation and how we can take care of the possibility of transporting ammonia, okay, to make hydrogen or optimization more feasible for this part of the world. We are also in touch with some pioneers in town. I'm talking about the Bravo Transport that is going to bring the hydrogen bus to Hong Kong. So we're exploring the opportunities of new frontiers. And definitely the bulk and other transportation means are important to us as well. We have been talking to many logistic experts during the pandemic. Okay, nowadays the bulk, the bulk transportation is not necessarily carrying only the bulk, but sometimes we use it for container or for other means for transporting other kinds of goods and products as well. So we believe there will be some evolutions happening in the industry, and because we are facing new demands. We are facing new demands not just on the ESG front, but also on the digitalization front. And we are facing new customers because perhaps we are going to have more regionalization of trade in the years to come. So pretty sure that we will have new offerings in the market and new priorities as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I request Yus to come up and give Mr. Chan a souvenir since he has to leave us.
I'm sorry again for the pointer and apologize. Thank you very much.
Our next two speakers are Mr. Martin Cresswell, Technical Director of the Hong Kong Shipowners Association, and Mr. Sanjay Relan, who is the General Manager of Optimization and Decarbonization at Pacific Basin Shipping. They are going to talk to us separately about recent legislative developments in the sustainability and decarbonization space, as well as some of the most difficult challenges faced by the maritime industry in making shipping green. I think they will have an individual presentation each, and then we will follow up with some questions to them. Thank you. Is a presentation? Yeah. Is that okay? Is that okay? Is that okay?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I realise I'm talking to a lot of experts here, so I'm sorry that this might be a bit boring. But basically, I'd like to sort of give you an overview of what's happening with the legislation that's gone at the moment and what's planned in the future. So the basic facts, I mean, there's 65,000 international trading ships, carry 80% of world trade. We're using 300 million tons of fossil fuel at the moment. It's about 1 billion tons of CO2. It's about 3% of the world's CO2 emissions, which is quite serious. International ships are not in the Paris Agreement, so they're outside the Paris Agreement. So actually, what shipping is doing is actually voluntary. And that's rather amazing because we're sort of leading the world in many industries in what we're doing. The other thing is that shipping's tracked GDP for the last 50 years. Now, even though we're in a recession, just the last speaker was showing a slide which shows that the world is still growing at sort of 2% to 3%. So that means shipping is growing at 2 to 3% every year. So that makes a bit of a problem when it comes to the emissions. The other thing is our size of our industry in Hong Kong is quite large. 94 billion, 3.7% of the economy, and employing about 166,000 people. That was a study which the ship owners just commissioned a little while ago. And we've still got quite a lot of ships on the Hong Kong Register, as you can see, and we're the 4th largest in the world. Why is shipping so good? Well, because basically 1 ton of cargo on a container shipped 1 kilometre only produces 10 grams of CO2, compared with much larger amounts by rail, truck, and of course air, which is 470 grams. So who would ship anything by air unless it's very, very expensive and light? Right, going on to the issues which the IMO is grappling with. There is a roadmap to lower shipping's emissions. It was started quite some time ago, but the main recent movement is started in 2018 with the initial greenhouse gas strategy, which pledged to reduce CO2 emissions by at least 50% by 2050 compared with 2008, using a combination of technical and operational measures. So in short, the short term, 2018 to 2023, where we are at the moment, they've already produced quite a lot of technical requirements for ships to meet: EDI, EEXI, carbon intensity, CII, ship energy efficiency management plan. But these are for ships above 5,000 GT, which is basically quite sensible because small ships don't basically create a lot of greenhouse gases. Medium term, implementation of CII and SEMP in 2023, and also discussions on the market-based measures, which I'll talk about in a minute, with the idea to reduce carbon emissions by 40% by 2030. Now, that's a huge target to make compared with 2008. And then the long term, 2030 to 2050, is about basically producing these low emission and zero emission fuels to achieve the
the IMO's objective of 50% reduction by 2050. But the COP27 decided that shipping should reduce to 0 by 2050. Well, we don't quite know yet how to get there, so hasn't been agreement at IMO on that yet. A lot of countries want to know how to get there first before they agree to it. This is quite an interesting chart. Basically shows where we are. 2020, we're at say 1 billion tons of CO2. If we do nothing, we'll be at 2.5 billion tons in 2050, and that is basically not assuming the growth of shipping compared with GDP. So we could be well up to 3, 4, or even 5 billion tons if we do nothing. So blue is the design and efficiency improvements which need to be made to ships, which is happening. That's through the EDI and EXI, etc. Then the orange is the operational things which we can do, make ships run more efficiently. And then the green is basically using low and zero emission fuels. And the cross-hatched bit at the bottom, well, that's the difference between the existing ships which are existing now, which are still around by 2050, which haven't really been able to run on any low emission fuels, etc. So we're still going to have those around. So that's still going to be a bit of a problem. That's why it's difficult to get to 0. Now just showing the same slide again, but I'm concentrating on here. Basically, as of November, 25% of ships have installed some energy-saving technologies. Now, that's not very many ships around the world that have done this. What they've been doing is basically doing some improvements in their hull form, possibly in their machinery, engines, derating, etc., sometimes in the propeller, sometimes in the rudder, etc. All the issues on the bottom here with about low-emission fuels, well, they're in the future. Nobody's actually using any of that yet on deep-sea ships. So going into this a bit more detail, the short-term plans adopted before 2021, the EEDI, that's been around since 2016. So we've been designing ships since 2016 to be more efficient. The Ship Energy Efficiency Plan, well, that's been around since 2013, but it wasn't basically checked. It was just basically the ships needed to have a plan to reduce or maybe improve efficiency. And the data collection system, that was introduced by the IMO in 2019. So the short-term initial strategy adopted in 2021, implemented actually on the 1st of January 2023, is the EEXI. That's for existing ships. It's basically the same as the EEDI. It's a design standard to measure CO2 emissions of existing ships above 5,000 GT, generated by ship design. Then we've also got the SEMP Part 3 now, which becomes a external verification tool and an audited tool, similar to the ISM code. And then the carbon intensity, which is quite controversial. That's basically an operational carbon intensity indicator, basically indicating the emissions of the ship while it's trading. Basically gives you a rating of A to E, and there's difficulties there in basically what rating you will be in, because if you're in an E, you're required to basically move up to a D within a year. So this is the chart where you can see, and the issue is that basically at 2023, you're going to have a position on this chart, whether it's E, D, C, B, or A, and every year it's going to go down, which means that ships, to stay in that band, need to become more efficient. And it's slow, it's 2% a year from 2023 to 2026, but it's going to increase quite substantially from 2027 to 2030, because it's got to meet the 40% reduction in transport work by 2030, and that's going to be difficult, particularly with the growth of shipping. So this could be a major challenge for a lot of ships.
Sorry. So medium-term measures. This is what the next issues are that the IMO is grappling with since they've done the short-term measures already. They've already been talking about this. They started actually last the last MEPC, which was in May this year. And basically, there's 4 plans here. These market-based measures. One is a levy per ton. It's a cap and trade system, funding rewards with levy, fee and rebate system. And the objective is to select a system which incentivizes ships to switch to low and zero emission fuels and to provide funding to help create worldwide bunker infrastructure needed to basically achieve the goals and to assist developing countries lower greenhouse gases. So these are going to be discussed in great detail at the next MEPC in a few weeks' time in December. Probably nothing's going to be decided, but they're planning to try and make a decision by 2024 so it can be introduced either in late 24 or 25, which would be a very major issue if they could do that. It would be really push shipping ahead. Then the other issue they're grappling with is life cycle guidelines, which is basically we need to take tank to wake or well to wake into consideration. What that means is basically it's like plugging your car into an electric plug to charge up your battery powered car, but actually the power station only burns coal. So is there any point? Because actually you're going to be having more greenhouse gases using that system than if you just burn fossil fuel in petrol in your car or diesel. So that is a major discussion that's going on at the moment in the IMO. Besides the IMO, we've got the EU as well, bringing in all kinds of regulations. They've got a Fit for 55 package. That's for the whole of the EU. They're claiming they want to have a 55% reduction in carbon emissions in the EU by 2030. Now, it's a pretty challenging task to do that, and shipping is included in it. So they're planning to basically ask ships to buy carbon credits for their ships trading into the Europe and for any ships trading around Europe. In addition to that, they're going to give you a requirement for burning less or have some lower emissions in your fuel, starting at 2% only up from 2025 to 2030, but 6% then from 2035, 15% from 35. It actually gets up to 75% by 2045. And if you can't meet this, you're going to get fined, and the fines are quite substantial. So the EU is basically on shipping, trying to make them more efficient, lowering emissions. Then the long-term measures, they're not being thought about at the moment, but they are sort of still being discussed a bit. And this is basically to create a system with low and zero emission fuels in between 2030, basically to really take off shipping so that shipping can take up these low emission fuels quickly by the sort of middle of the 30s into the 40s. So we managed to achieve the goal of 50% reduction by 2050. So as I said before, nobody quite knows how we're going to meet zero emissions by 2050. And the big question is, what zero emission fuels will be adopted? So these, sorry about that. So these are basically the fuels available today. The non-fossil fuels, biodiesel, methanol, ethanol, biogases, well, they are starting to produce some of these, but very small amounts. Maersk, I believe, has secured or claimed that they've secured 2 million tons of biomethanol. But it's going to be challenging to produce this. And then it's going to be even more challenging to produce the hydrogen-based fuels, which is liquid hydrogen, ammonia, etc., because of the amount of sustainable electricity required. And just to give you some idea, if we switched all shipping 300 million tons of fossil fuel to ammonia, we'd need 1 billion tons of ammonia. And to produce 1 million tons of ammonia, we need 1.2 gigawatts of power for a whole year. So that means we need 1 billion of them. So it's going to be a huge challenge, whether we're going to be able to achieve this or not. But I don't think we're going to be pushing for ships to be all ammonia. It's likely that basically there's going to be a huge mix of fuels that we're going to need. And these are some of the fuels, basically, if you can, the comparison. And why is heavy fuel and MDO so good? Well, because it's basically got a very good specific energy, and it's got a good energy density, and higher than anything else. So if you look at the next one, which has been used at the moment, LNG, 50 specific energy, which is slightly more than heavy fuel and diesel, but unfortunately energy density is half, or slightly less than half, or sorry, slightly more than half. But basically what it means is that you need to have lots more tankage on board, and of course you have to keep that at minus 162, so that's a challenge in itself. Hydrogen, well, that's very, very high on specific energy, but unfortunately very low in energy density. And then you look down at other things like ammonia, but at the bottom you say, well, why can't we use batteries? Well, batteries are great for small ships, but not for big ships because they're so heavy. It's quite impossible to use batteries to power large ships. So, thank you, and hope I didn't bore you. So, right.
Thank you, Martin. That was very informative. Let's go to Sanjay's presentation, and then we'll have the Q&A soon afterwards. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to share with you some thoughts and ideas regarding green shipping and sustainability. I would like to share with you some thoughts and ideas regarding green shipping and sustainability. And as we know, the greatest challenge which is facing us all. So I believe this slide has also been shown by Martin, so I'll not go over it much. But basically what I want to emphasize is that maritime shipping is really a very efficient mode of transport. And green shipping can be considered as transporting people or goods using minimum resources and energy as possible to protect the environment from the pollutants generated by the ships. So this is basically what I feel is green shipping. So going back to CO2 emissions, anthropogenic greenhouse gases are gases like carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxides, and these are released due to human activity of burning fossil fuel. These gases then trap the heat reflected back by the ships, by the Earth's surface, and they warm up the planet, and then you have the havoc being created by the climate change. And we have known this relationship between increasing CO2 and enhanced greenhouse effect since the 1970s. But more recent IPCC reports have been confirming this relationship, and they are now being more widely accepted. So nowadays we see that people are very interested that we should do something about that. And this has already been mentioned that shipping's annual contribution is around 1 billion tons of CO2, and that makes shipping the 6th largest emitter of CO2. I think we have seen this slide before. I'm using this slide to explain or try to understand what is sustainability. So United Nations defines sustainability as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So we need to think about what is going to happen to our children and grandchildren. So these 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals were adopted in 2015 as a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet, now and into the future. So if you see the goals number 13 and 14, there is an emphasis on tackling climate change and working to preserve our oceans. And let us remember that there is only one Earth, while our unsustainable ways of lives are requiring maybe 5 or 6 of them. So I'm trying to now link IMO with sustainability. So IMO has got 170 members, and concrete actions by these 170 member IMO states have helped shipping meet various UN Sustainable Development Goals, in particular reduction of pollution from ships and actions to combat climate change. So I've listed out the notable successes. We can see them there. So the notable successes have been banning of tin in anti-fouling paints, introduction of ballast water treatment systems, inventory of hazardous material on board, regulations on garbage management and operational waste, banning of single hull tankers, and the not yet ratified Hong Kong Ship Recycling Convention. So more recently, the focus has been on combating climate change and improving the health by NOx and SOx regulations, control of CFCs, and the EEDI regulation, which Martin had mentioned. So the EEDI regulation requires the ships being built to be 10% more efficient in terms of CO2 emitted per ton miles every 5 years. So any ship which is delivered at the 5th year will be 10% more efficient than a ship which was delivered 5 years back. So this is the timetable of what IMO has been doing to reduce GHG emissions for the last 10, 20, 30 years. So now there is immense political and societal pressure to accelerate and aim for net zero greenhouse gases by 2050. So I'll come back later on what are the challenges and the way forward. So we know that shipping and aviation were not directly included in the Paris Climate Agreement of 2015 to keep global temperatures rise since industrial times to around 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. So why has the pressure started to come on shipping and aviation at the same time? The reason is that if you take the annual emissions of shipping and aviation, they are 5% of the global emissions. And if you quantify these emissions, you'll find that it's equaling the footprint of 164 least developed nations. So this 5% is actually the emissions of 164 countries by themselves. And if you don't include aviation and shipping in the climate goals, then you are basically removing 164 countries' emissions out of the equation. This is something quite serious. And now IMO is getting marginalized by regional taxation initiatives like EU ETS. So now there are calls to bypass IMO and have collective CO2 taxation arrangements in EU, China, and US, because these places, they represent around 70% of the global shipping calls. So IMO is getting marginalized. And recently, to avoid such regional initiatives like EU ETS and to have a level playing field, ICS has proposed an International Maritime Sustainability Fund. It is called the Fund and Reward System. So there could be something called a flat contribution, let's say $40 per metric ton of CO2 emitted. So every year we emit 1 billion ton. So that fund would generate $40 billion US. And 50% of this fund will be given to first movers who are using expensive green fuels. And expensive green fuels could maybe cost $3,000 a metric ton. And 50% will be allocated to developing nations for producing new marine fuels and bunkering infrastructure. So by doing this, the price gap between green and fossil fuels will reduce, and it will increase green fuel uptake, because we basically need a 5% tipping point for ships to start using e-fuels by 2030, so that we can reach the goal of carbon neutrality in 2050. So here I would like to show that how do we attain full sustainability. So there are 3 interlinked value chains which are central to shipping decarbonization actions. And first is the fuel chain, the second is the shipbuilding chain, and the third is the operations chain. We need all these interlinked chains to work together to get to carbon neutrality by 2050. So fuel chain, as Martin has already said, that we need some green fuels, and all these green fuels are under development with different timelines of availability. But the main issue, as Martin has mentioned, that there is not sufficient power to generate these fuels. So I believe that there is a big role which shore-based nuclear power can play in this, because without that kind of energy, we are going to find it very difficult to make these fuels to scale. And then these fuels have to be price competitive. And till the time it happens, we need financial support from governments and IMO global funds. So till the time this happens, these zero emission ships will be equipped with dual fuel engines, which will run primarily on conventional fuel oil. So we will see that happening for the first few years. The ship will be a dual fuel engine, but possibly still running on fossil fuel. And then we would require green corridors between selected ports where there is availability of green fuel and bunkering infrastructure. The second chain in this equation is the shipbuilding chain. So the key shipbuilding value steps are ship design and procurement of construction material, ship assembly, post-production maintenance, refitting, and also end-of-life recycling. All these phases need to address decarbonization. And ships have to be designed for minimal GHG emissions. So you have optimized hydrodynamic hull designs, wind support when they are sailing, dual fuel engines, digital systems to optimize routing and port arrival. Even the ship steel which is being used has to be produced by low carbon production methods. And then you need to have circularity principles to the design and construction so that you can maximum reuse when the ship has reached its end of life. And what kind of ships will be ordered, built, retrofitted depends upon the availability of fuel, engines available to meet the goals of ship owners, ship operators, and regulations, while taking into account specific trades, geographies, and expected length of ownership. So for doing all this, you need incentives, you need green finance, as well as market-based measures such as carbon pricing. So these will reduce the uncertainties and hesitancies in respect to investments into decarbonization. The third chain is the operations chain. So this operation chain will cover the steps of fueling, loading, voyaging, discharging, and refueling. And ship operators can leverage the size and speed of ships and fuel. They can demand hydrodynamic designs and dual fuel engines on ships. And they can also say that the ships should have, they can be partially powered by biodiesel and fuel cells till low carbon or zero emission fuels are fully available at scale. Then ports will also come into the picture. So they have a very crucial part in the operation chain. So ports will need to enhance their infrastructure for storing and bunkering of alternate fuels and onshore power supplies, as well as cooperate with ship owners, charterers for, let's say, just-in-time arrival process. So this is how I see these are the three key value chains by which we can reach zero emissions in 2050. So this slide is about what are the three steps we need to galvanize collaborative innovation to decarbonize the system, global maritime ecosystem. First is initiating collaborative innovation. So you need innovation and alliances and partnerships. So now you have Blue Sky Maritime Coalition, the Global Center for Maritime Decarbonization, Global Maritime Forum, Getting to Zero Coalition. You have Maersk, McKinley, Moeller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping, and the Zero Emission Shipping Mission. So all these alliances are generating valuable knowledge and understanding for pilot projects. And all this information of milestone achievements must be shared and data analytics made widely available to inform the community and increase collaboration and innovation. So we have organizations like UNCTAD and IMO. They are already engaging and bridging various industry interests and initiatives. The second step I would suggest is to establish regulatory alignment. So regulators can set targets, urge action, support experimentation, and use regulatory power to create supportive regulations and persuasion to support the most promising innovations. And most importantly, the regulators can levy punitive fines on those who fail to comply with decarbonization requirements. And the third step is leveraging technology. So we know that decarbonization will rely heavily on green fuels, and with digital technology playing a contributory role to raise the energy efficiency. So we will need to burn the green fuels, but we'll also have to burn less of them. So this has already been covered in short by other speakers. So I believe the role of Hong Kong as a leader in green finance and possibly green fuel bunkering hub in the Greater Bay Area. So I believe this has already been discussed and it will also be discussed also. So my conclusion is that we know what is required. We know we need new fuels, new ships, and new way of operating. We know we need collaboration across the 3 maritime value chains. However, knowing where you want to go and getting there are challenges of vastly different degrees. We need to accelerate the conversion of ideas into practical solutions, and by creating a cross-value chain, coalition of action-oriented leaders. So we need the leadership, and we need to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Any questions from the audience? I have one. It's all very well to say that we should collaborate and talk to our competitors and talk to our friends and so on. But isn't it true that ultimately it's every company for itself? Every company hoping that the more they do on the quiet, the greater the chances are of them getting or obtaining a short-term competitive advantage, which in the end is probably all to naught, because with every maritime regulation that has come out of the IMO, ultimately everyone seems to be able to comply.
Actually, at the end of the day, because of the the knowledge base in every company, you do not have too much competitive advantage for a long time. If you know something today, somebody will definitely think about it or come to it within a few days or hours, or you really can't do something in isolation. And we do learn a lot of things about everything. Class is very open. We have got so much information from class. Maersk is putting out a lot of data, and vendors are giving out data. So the information is available to everybody on the net. So at this time, everything is very transparent. You can reach out to people and get some ideas, understanding. So it's not too much of an advantage. Yeah, people are not sharing too much, but it is available for people who want to find out something. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions from the audience? Mr. Khurana?
My question, actually, it's more of a observation. The whole idea of green shipping, it comes from what steps you're going to take from the operation of the ship, starting from the design of the ship. But I want to go a step earlier to that, which is in the making of that ship requires an enormous amount of steel. And if one calculates the emissions to generate that steel, is there not something being thought about on that steel manufacturing? Like there was a slide put up earlier in the day about Adidas, Marks and Spencer. So they are doing something on the product, but I don't think we are doing anything on the product's manufacture. How the emissions? I think that is first starting point, which I don't see much in our industry.
Yeah, actually, I totally agree with you. There are studies like when you put up a building, let's say in Hong Kong, you do have the full chain behind you. How much cement is going in, how much steel is going in, how much copper is going on. And there are numbers which are there. So when you build a ship, if you use, let's say, 8,000 metric tons of steel, the carbon footprint will be there for those things. And let's say you do this steel in, let us say, Japan or China, then there will be calculations that will show whether what type of furnace you have used. Have you used hydrogen in that furnace? And then that hydrogen, is it green hydrogen or is it blue hydrogen? Or so all that is going to take place. There will be people who will be experts in all this. So every nut, bolt, hammer, spanner going on the ship will have a CO2 footprint. So when we buy a bottle of water in Hong Kong, it's not going to be $10. It's going to be maybe $150, because the whole chain will come. The water has come from maybe Fiji or Fuji or whichever place. It has come by air. The air has traveled so much. For ships also, this is going to happen.
Martin, you had a comment?
Yes, actually, if you look back in history, basically back in the 19th century and the early 20th century, ships lasted a lot longer. It wasn't unusual for ships to last 40, 50 years. Why? Because basically the cost of shipping was expensive, particularly when they got into steel. Steel was not cheap. So the problem now is that ships don't last long enough. Why? Because we don't need them to last. We can basically scrap them, and we can buy new ships at not a huge price. The difference between scrap price and new price is not a massive thing. But actually, from an environmental point of view, yes, we should make ships last a lot longer. I mean, if you could double the length of ships from sort of 20 years to 40 years, or 20, 25 years to 50 years, that would be certainly very good. It would be great from an environmental point of view. But can we do it? It's just a question of looking after your assets.
Actually, you can also think of another term, like we have container ships which carry cargo for many charterers or many owners. I mean, we don't have bulk carriers. You have the same 10 ships waiting in New Zealand carrying the same logs from New Zealand to China. Why not have a ship which can carry loads for, let's say, 5 or 6 ship worth of loads? So all those kind of thinkings will, I think, start coming out soon. Right now it is every man for himself, but after some time we need to have some different kind of thinking.
Thank you very much, Sanjay and Martin, for a very enlightening discussion. Please give them a big hand. So let's quickly move on to the final session of the afternoon. And it's about the way forward for Hong Kong as a premier international maritime center. We're all very happy, I think, that the government has set up a dedicated transport and logistics bureau now, after many years of lobbying, to enhance Hong Kong's position as a maritime center. And to discuss this and other opportunities that await us, I'd like to invite Captain Rajiv Tetarbe, who is the commercial director of Chalaram Shipping, to lead a discussion with 3 distinguished panelists. Mr. Benjamin Wong, head of the Maritime Cluster at Invest Hong Kong. Please, Mr. Wong. Captain Bjorn Højgaard, the CEO of Anglo-Eastern Univan Group. And Mr. Richard Hext, chairman of the Hong Kong Maritime Museum and chairman of Vanmar Shipping. Please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, rather. It's very difficult to hold on to attention span in the afternoon sessions. Most of the people would like to doze off, unless there is a cup of coffee around. So very nicely, the organizers have arranged in such a way that they bring the heavyweights in the end, so that a large impact can be felt, and if you're trying to sleep, you'll wake up. That's the point will be made. Morning session, you have heard Ken and Hing Chow say that the Hong Kong government is quite committed to be a facilitator of things in Hong Kong. And you can see it here on your panel that we have 2 experts from the industry, and the third gentleman is going to give you the overview of the Hong Kong government's this thing. So the facilitator is around and the industry is around. So a round of applause for the 3 gentlemen here. So give you the... The way this session is going to go is that we will allow all these 3 gentlemen to come up with their initial thoughts on the topic. We're already talking about the Hong Kong miracle, what has already happened, and the way forward. So we will allow them to come up with their initial comments. And the later part of the presentation, we'll keep the floor open for questions. And if there's anybody other than me, most welcome to ask questions. And if I find something which is worth asking them, I will try to do that as well. So without further ado, may I request Richard to start the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rajiv. And it's wonderful to be speaking on this first conference in the Maritime Museum's new theatre, which is a wonderful facility, I think, for the shipping industry. Thank you very much for Chalaram. I think Lal is somewhere behind us in the ether listening to the proceedings, and the team for putting it all together. So as you'd expect with a museum guy, I want to sort of try and challenge the audience to think about the future miracles just by reminding us of the past miracles. And having written a few notes and missed Vishal's amazing speech earlier, I fear that some of this you've heard before, so I might just make it a sort of bit of a shorthand thing. But basically, the challenge is to the audience to think about what miracles lie ahead for Hong Kong by reminding us of the miracles that we've seen in the past 77 years. So this bombed out Hong Kong in 1945. By the way, I'm sure everyone's been to the exhibition that's just closed in Hong Kong, so this will be top of your mind, but I'll just seek to remind you a bit of the content. So Hong Kong was bombed out in 1945, and out of the ashes ashore and the 200 wrecks in the harbour that Vishal mentioned, and with a population of only 600,000, Hong Kong rose like a phoenix. As Vishal said, within 10 months, the harbour was cleared. Within 3 years, the population had trebled. And by the late 1950s, Hong Kong was the largest shipbreaking centre in the world, with a hungry construction industry snapping up all that ship steel. So there's at least 2 miracles there. Then thanks to events in 1949, which having just arrived back from mainland China, I refer to, Hong Kong got a dose of some very, very gifted ship owners who built a huge ship owning industry, partly on the back of a fast-growing Japan, and partly thanks to a pool of hard-working and smart seafarers available in Hong Kong. Another miracle. The shipping growth and accompanying port developments helped prompt an explosion of manufacturing activity with commensurate importing and exporting activity. For example, little Hong Kong overtook mighty Japan as the biggest toy exporter in the world during the 1970s. Hong Kong became, as Vishal mentioned, the largest container port in the world in the 80s. And one of those ship owners from China owned the Seawise Giant, a 560,000 deadweight ship that was the largest ship that ever sailed. 3 more Hong Kong miracles. Then, in a decade or two, Hong Kong became the world leader in ship management. Probably no one knows better than the gentleman on my left. Thanks to smart taxation, thank you government, and immigration policies, a fantastic airport and communications, an awesomely hard-working local population, and Hong Kong being a great place to live. These attributes also underpinned Hong Kong's success in becoming the 4th largest ship register in the world, another 2 miracles. So, with at least 8 miracles behind us in the past almost 80 years, what lie ahead? Over the border, we have half the world's shipbuilding capacity. Close by is the Greater Bay Area, and those of us who heard the session earlier know that the title for the world's largest container port cluster in the world sits with the Greater Bay Area, who compete with Shanghai and Ningbo for the title. China is a huge supplier of seafarers, as is the Philippines, another neighbor. And China is keen to grow its ship owning capacity whilst addressing the challenge we just heard about of decarbonizing. So what is holding Hong Kong back? We are right next door to the greatest shipping opportunity in our lifetimes. So I hope that this group, smarter than me, will come up with the miracles to come. Thank you, Rajiv.
Thank you, Richard. Benjamin, please.
Right. Thank you, Rajiv. And thanks, Richard, for a very comprehensive recap of the past 8 decades. Actually, I am amazed on the history, and also amazed at how little I know about Hong Kong's history. I was never aware that Hong Kong was the biggest shipbreaking center of the world. But actually, it also shows the evolution of Hong Kong from the shipbreaking center to now the ship-owning center, and also from the provision of seafarers to now ship management capital of the world. So I think actually it shows a lot on Hong Kong's revolution in the past, and of course we're looking at evolution of Hong Kong to the future also. For that International Maritime Center, which I think London probably is one of the model that we look at. But then at the same time, I think we could do more than just that. Now, from the government's perspective, I think I'll just use the talent list of the Hong Kong government to show how important the shipping industry is and the focus that we are looking at. The talent list, we have 13 professions. Out of the 13 professions, we've got 5 of them. Actually, they are in the shipping industry. Marine engineers and superintendents, we've got a lot of captains over here, right? That's one. The other one is dispute resolution lawyers and transactional lawyers. That's another one. Usually, we have a lot of lawyers in shipping events. Then there's the marine insurance professionals. Marine insurance, we all know that ship goes around the world, and there are a lot of risks associated with it. Insurance for sure is actually a risk management tool that has been used by the industry. And then we have naval architects, very important when we're talking about new fuel and efficiency of the ships these days and in the future. And innovation and technology experts for the shipping industry. Then obviously we are looking at a lot of those, no matter you are looking at cyber security, again, efficiency of the ships and different things. This on top of that, of course, we have one very important element, which is the financing. In Hong Kong, we are not short of financing experts, so it is not on the list. But then we all know that the financing actually is one very important supportive elements of the industry here in Hong Kong. So I think this talent list actually gives you an idea of one, the government knows about the industry's needs and also how important people is to the industry. And second is that we are very much looking for more talents coming into Hong Kong. Shipping is a very people-based industry, so this is very important. So that's all I have to say for the start. Thanks, Reggie.
Yeah, thank you very much, Benjamin. And then beyond next, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here and to participate in this symposium. I mean, we spent the afternoon listening to many great presentations and great talks about the unique Hong Kong strength over the last 80 years, which Richard just beautifully recapped. And I, for one, spent the last 20 plus years of my career in Hong Kong, and I can only say that I echo on all those points made. I also find, the stuff about GBA, the greenification of shipping going forward, the digital journey. I find all those subjects to be areas where Hong Kong's unique strengths can come to full fruition in a fantastic future for maritime and for Hong Kong. But many of you who know me also know that I'm a critical voice of many things, and I worry about repeating the echo chamber of how great things can be if we don't address some of the actual challenges we are facing. And I have to say that to be a maritime center, you need a periphery. To be a maritime hub, you need spokes. And unfortunately, in the last year or two, Hong Kong has fallen down the ranks of attractiveness as a maritime center for various reasons, but one of those, of course, is how we've handled zero COVID and the challenges we have with that. Now, I'm not diminishing the tragic effects of the pandemic in any way, but I think we have to realize that today 2 out of 3 Hong Kongers have had COVID, and 9 out of 10 Hong Kongers are vaccinated with several jabs. And it's actually a feature rather than a bug of COVID that, having a few thousand cases every day keeps the vaccine and immunity-induced level of immunity high, so that this COVID cannot spread in the unprotected part of our population. I mean, it's a bit like saying we don't want traffic fatalities in Hong Kong, and therefore we ban all cars. It just doesn't make any sense, because we all realize that having transportation outweighs the tragic single cases of fatalities now and then. And if we banned cars for a while in Hong Kong, when we then reopened it, we would have many more fatalities, because suddenly, cars would race around in a place where people were now used to walking on the streets and not looking out for traffic. And that's exactly what's happening with COVID here. We have to appreciate that a zero COVID policy in a place where we have vaccines, or where we have a high degree of infection-induced immunity, is a feature, not a bug. And we talk a lot about Hong Kong's uniqueness as one country, 2 systems. We got to have the courage to use those 2 systems to Hong Kong's benefits and say we don't need to be the same as mainland China in this respect. I think that one of the challenges Hong Kong is having today is trying to stretch ourselves too thin, to be too much of a halfway house, and not choose one way, that then works for Hong Kong and Hong Kong's industries, whether that's finance, shipping, or trade. Hong Kong has, lost its shine. I think common law is no good without common sense. But I also would be the first one to say Hong Kong definitely can bounce back, and it has done so many, many times before. I just think we shouldn't fool ourselves. We will not bounce back just because we did it in the past. I mean, many of the miracles mentioned were on the back of, massive geopolitical and macroeconomic tailwinds that favored Hong Kong's development at the time. I mean, we talked about globalization taking over from globalization. That's going to be a headwind for a small, open economy like Hong Kong's. And despite Hong Kong's people being hard workers and smart, we have to realize that it takes more than just internal ingenuity in a world where the macroeconomic winds are against us and not with us. I think Hong Kong can rebound. I think we will rebound, but I think it's incumbent on everyone in Hong Kong to address the elephant in the room and then get on with actually talking about the integration of the economies in the Greater Bay Area with the digitalization opportunities in shipping that Hong Kong can play a part of, and especially perhaps with the greenification and decarbonization projects, where undoubtedly China and the Greater Bay Area will play a huge role in production and distribution of these fuels of the future. But we got to get on with it and move in that direction. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We are talking about going forward. I have a question for each of the panelists here, and allow me to put them in front of you. I'll start with Richard first. We are talking about way forward, and in my role as a commercial man here, of course, Hong Kong is a ship manager's town. You have a lot of expertise in ship management here, no doubt of that. But from where I sit, I find that one of the things which can take the marine world here further is the hull insurance. And I know, and for the rest of you, only for your benefit, Richard also is the chairman of the Hong Kong Shipowner Association Insurance Subcommittee. So that's why my question to you is, why hasn't any hull market ever developed in Hong Kong? What do you think is the reason that London did go for a small desk in Singapore and even to a certain extent to Dubai, but never considered Hong Kong as a hull market? Would you care to comment on that, please?
I'm afraid you're asking the wrong person, Rajiv. Is somebody in the crowd got a good answer to that one?
Yeah, Jonathan Jones, if he was here, maybe could have answered that question. I don't know whether he's still around, but I thought maybe you would have something to say on that. Oh. Okay, so maybe I can come to you, Jonathan, on this as to why the hull market never developed in Hong Kong in that case. Sorry about that, Richard. I thought that I should have asked you.
Well, it did. Back in the late 80s with Hing Chau's father and with Mr. Ho, we created the Hong Kong Hull All Risk Syndicate here. And it operated very successfully until at such time as, unfortunately, my own agency was bought by an American company who felt that Hong Kong was not important to them. So that was the end of that. And then subsequently, the insurance industry here has decided to effectively be a post box for either Scandinavia or for the London market. But you're absolutely right. It does need its own hull facility. We tried, as you know, to create the War Risk Syndicate here. And the government likewise also gave a 50% reduction in tax for brokers to support the Hong Kong War Risk Syndicate, which they didn't want to do because basically they take 50% commission. And so they don't want any change at all. So the vested interests, the Luddites that are amongst us all, are holding back Hong Kong. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the mysteries solved.
Reggie,
Sure.
so I think a fantastic answer from Jonathan. Thanks of Luddites.
So
and,
there's such a lot of ship owning interest in Hong Kong and Chinese ship owning. And we are not talking about foreign ship owning here in Hong Kong. And yet there has never been a push for a hull facility in Hong Kong.
So the Luddites and the vested interests are what's standing in the way of Hong Kong's next maritime miracle. But there's no question that it's part of the marine ecosystem that is completely essential. I mean, I think Bjorn runs something like not far off 700 ships technically, and all of those have sort of overlapping insurance demands. And so a big ship management center ought also to be a big insurance center, both on the hull and the P&I side, no question.
It may just be that if you use a Hong Kong manager, you hardly need hull and machinery insurance.
I mean,
if there ever was a pat on your own back, this was it.
Sorry, the historical point to add to that is Blue Funnel Line up until the early 20th century didn't have insurance because they self-insured. No. So because they relied on proper engineers and captains to look after their ships properly. So that's a better answer to your question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. And thank you, Jonathan. Benjamin, next. We have heard some wonderful piece of, news, information, whatever, from Martin as well as from Sanjay about green shipping, financing from Keith, etc. Can you give us some small synopsis or overview as to what the Hong Kong government is doing towards attracting green shipping in Hong Kong? Any tangible steps that are being taken to attract green shipping in Hong Kong?
I think we can focus on the financing side of it. After all, the way I put it is being green actually is expensive.
Yes, it is. Yes.
By itself actually is an industry. Then actually financing of it and making it available or directing the fund flowing into green projects in the shipping industry is very important. Now, for example, the government is now focusing a lot on green bonds. The government by itself actually has issued nearly $10 billion of green bonds over the years. And that is mainly to fund the green projects in Hong Kong. That's one thing. And on the other hand, in order to encourage issuing green bonds here in Hong Kong, the government has this Green and Sustainable Finance Grant Scheme, which is to subsidize the green bond issuance cost of that, green bond issuers. And that actually is doing very well. Actually, for last year, Hong Kong actually issued around $30 billion of green bonds, which is about 1/3 of those green bonds issued in Asia. So we are the regional leader in that. So I think that is one thing that we are focusing on. And of course, then the Hong Kong Exchange actually, they have this, if I remember correctly, platform just launched on the voluntary carbon trading credits, which is called Core Climate. And they are also working together with the Guangzhou China Emission Exchange on some joint platform. They have signed an MOU, which is aiming at sharing of these international carbon trading activities. So I think this is something that we are focusing on.
Thank you. And my last question to Bjorn. I came to Hong Kong for the first time in 1981 to join as a junior officer on one of the worldwide shipping ships which were in the Hong Kong harbor. We had 17 Hong Kong sailors on board, the ratings of Hong Kong, not mainland. 4 Britishers, 3 Indians, and 3 Hong Kong Chinese as engineers. I fail to see that kind of combination where you can get Hong Kong-born boys as sailors or ratings on ships anymore. As a ship manager of eminence here in town, Do you see that ever happening again, that the youngsters in Hong Kong will ever get attracted to seafaring careers, or will it always be that we'll have to get them from mainland China?
That's an excellent question. Thank you very much. You know, because shipping is so global, it's just a global industry. You know, we tend to recruit people into the seagoing careers from where the economic benefit for the individuals are greatest. You know, so that means it tends to end up being from most of the developing world that we get our seafarers. You know, when I started out at sea back in the 80s as well, and I remember my first visit to Hong Kong in 87 or something like that. There were a lot of Western Europeans on the ships that I was on at the time, and I was, you know, very excited about a career at sea, being a young Dane, and I wanted to see the world and all that. I have to admit that, you know, 15, 20 years later, we went into 2000 or 2005, I actually thought that I would never recommend to my children to go to sea because it had lost its attractiveness. It was, you know, technology-wise, it had fallen behind other industries, and it just didn't look that exciting. I would say, however, that today, if you ask me today, if I was 18 again, I would still pursue a career going to sea, because I think the next 2 decades in shipping are going to be amazingly interesting from a technology and green fuel and operational excellence perspective. A place where it's going to be super exciting to work and live, because that's the other point of it. We talked about, you know, seafarer welfare and stuff like that. Connectivity is going to change profoundly in the next few years, to the point where you can actually sit on board a ship and be part of the parent-teacher conversation, and have your own series of Netflix, and have, you know, all your video calls with whoever you want at any time of the day. All that is really coming, right? And, you know, I've got a 24-year-old son who graduated in engineering with specialty in robotics and automation earlier this year, and he has just joined the Navy to become a naval officer, a weapons officer in the Royal Danish Navy. So he's taken my recent advice and said, yeah, I want to go to sea. And I think he's made a brilliant choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're almost out of time, but however, I do think that the audience needs at least one question.
Thank you. This was a follow-up comment, perhaps to even supplement the point that you made about hull insurance not being not having a presence as it should in Hong Kong, even though Hong Kong is a maritime center. There's also a case to be made for reinsurance, Hong Kong being a reinsurance hub. So again, for those very reasons that Jonathan explained, I think we aren't one. So,
thank you. Is there any question from the audience? We can take one at least. Oh, thank you. Please, Ramin.
Maybe this question goes to Benjamin. In a speech, the Singapore PM, Mr. Lee, said we don't have any intention to compete with Hong Kong. But the reality is money is leaving, people is leaving. Hong Kong has so many advantages that Singapore doesn't have. We have a Great Bay Area. So is that sufficient to how to compete with Singapore in the way forward? And what the government can do more in order to increase Hong Kong's role in the international maritime industry?
Right. Thank you, Lauren. Yes, sometimes our competition is just happens, right, without any real intention of actually doing it. But, you know, life is like that. And it's a matter of dealing with it. And as you mentioned, Hong Kong has many different, Hong Kong, Singapore, each got its own strengths. And I think it's a matter of how we play our own strengths. Now, I mentioned about the cluster, the strengths of it, and I don't want to repeat that again. But then I think there is one thing which I haven't mentioned is on the Greater Bay Area and also mainland China. To us, our neighbor is our hinterland and also our market and also the source of investments coming into Hong Kong. Not all, but, you know, a major source. Which I think we need to play up to it, because Hong Kong, like Singapore, very small place, we are limited in many different ways. space or talents. We have a lot of talents, but then, you know, when we're comparing our population versus the whole of mainland China, you know, we've got a lot of talents up in mainland China. It's a matter of attracting them into Hong Kong. Shipping industry, actually, if you look around, it is a very international industry, which I think Hong Kong is used to have talents from everywhere around the world. And the talents from mainland China, actually, I think is something that we need to do more. As I mentioned earlier, talent actually, shipping is a very talent-oriented industry. And GBA actually it has a much more comprehensive economic structure than just Hong Kong. Hong Kong, we're strong in shipping, strong in finance and different things. But mainland China, for example, we've got the technology hub right next to us in Shenzhen, which we can have a lot of collaborations. That's why actually for our Northern Metropolis initiative, we focus a lot on the technology, which is trying to bring out the synergy between Shenzhen and Hong Kong. So I think it's a matter of play up to it. As you mentioned, Singapore actually is very reactive to the environment, which is a fact. And I think for us, the COVID 2-3 years actually has been kind of restricting what we could do. But then hopefully with next year, more relaxation come, then we can do more in terms of reaching out and bringing those people and companies back. And that is Invest Hong Kong's job too.
Thank you. Well, then that concludes the session today. And
Rajiv, sorry, just before you conclude, just that point from Ben about relaxation combined with Bjorn's point about common sense COVID policy, and in advance of Sandy's speech, which is the big message that Sandy's giving to the government about COVID relaxation, that I hope when the PR for this event is being considered, that this strong need for relaxation and advance on the COVID policy will allow the energy in this room and this town to be released to produce the next miracles.
Thank you. I'm sure Sandy will do the thing. A round of applause for our eminent panelists and their wonderful insights. And that concludes this session today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks for that invigorating discussion. Our final part of the evening. We're now on to our final part of the evening, and I'd like to warmly welcome Ms. Sandy Chan, the Managing Director of the Hong Kong Shipowners Association, to deliver some closing remarks. Sandy, thank you.
Distinguished speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Although Kenneth Lam was the first speaker in this beautiful venue, he can never beat my record because I'm the first lady speaking in this forum. So, Judge William Huang, this is for your archive. Okay? Yes. It's wonderful to join you and hear so many thoughtful ideas at this symposium sponsored by Chelleram Shipping. While the Hong Kong Maritime Miracle exhibition showed how our maritime past has shaped the city's story since 1945, today's symposium shed light on various hot topics that may sustain those miracles. I can't agree with you more that Hong Kong must ride on the advantages in the Greater Bay Area, that every effort must be made to protect the seafarers, our heroes at seas, that the global supply chain must be enhanced, that greenhouse gas emissions must be reduced, and that Hong Kong must consolidate its position as a premier international maritime center. So, Richard, what lies ahead? for the miracle to sustain. In my layman, very humble opinion, is our thought leadership. Right now in the symposium, your discussions have already confirmed that we can and we will sustain Hong Kong's maritime miracle with the many insightful, thoughtful ideas. Yes, we need thoughtful leadership. On behalf of the Hong Kong Shipowners Association, I would like to thank Joost and your excellent team for not only your fine job in organizing the exhibition, but also for the very thick commemorative book that you produced. As a very young member of the industry, I better understand the many industry ups and downs over the decades from the stories in the book, including that of museum founder, Mr. Anthony Hardy, for putting his thoughtful idea to the government on how to solve the city's water crisis in 1963. It was clearly a job well done. Indeed, all these amazing stories and experience remind me of the strengths of Hong Kong people, including myself, that we can always perceive things from the right perspective and anticipate things with the right moves. It has been the same with the Hong Kong Shipowners Association. Again, from the first day I knew Martin Cresswell. He kept reminding me to work with the other stakeholders to pursue a regulatory framework with government to facilitate LNG bunkering in Hong Kong. So, Martin, you made it. Now the government is going to work on this. And you are very thoughtful, because this month we see global LNG trade increasing much faster than previous forecasts. And we see many more orders for new LNG carriers. Today, yes, beyond, because of the pandemic, no doubt Hong Kong is falling behind. But as you also point out, history tells us that few places on earth, they are as resilient and capable of bouncing back and evolving as Hong Kong is. So thank you for telling the world that you always tell the world, the whole world, that you should definitely not write off Hong Kong. Yes, nobody should or can write off Hong Kong. Although we are living in a so-called new normal with the ongoing virus, fast-changing geopolitical developments, and ever-increasing regulatory requirements, we are always a miracle, so long as we remain to be the thought leader with the many thoughtful ideas that may drive Hong Kong shipping to meet those challenges, as we have for the past 80 years. So, thanks to all the speakers for their sharing today, and thanks Mr. Lee for reminding us of the hard work and good job of our seafarers. To answer Subi, your question, and Nolly, your question, definitely we can be more thoughtful and creative in leveraging the GBA advantages. Yes, different cities have different strengths. Say, Guangzhou has a very comprehensive shipbuilding industry. Shenzhen is very good in innovation, has a big pool of talent. And of course, in Hong Kong, we have very good ship management companies, and also very good structure. And we also have common law with common sense. So can we make use of all these advantages to do more for Hong Kong with the ultimate goal of achieving green shipping and smart shipping in the interest of both Hong Kong and the global community. Some thoughts. So all in all, we need thought leadership. The thoughts that may allow us to embrace the myriad changes we can expect in the next 80 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, Richard, please allow me to make full use of this privilege of giving the closing address to put a very personal request to all of you, my shipping friends. Please continue to run your business well, to ensure the sustainability of the Hong Kong miracle. Yes, this is a personal request because shipping is in my heart, but shopping is in my blood. So I'm serious. So thank you for reminding me. So my friends, please keep our ships going. Thank you.
Please stay on the stage. Please stay on the stage. Yeah. Sandy, please stay on the stage. I request Yus to come over and present Sandy with a souvenir. Perhaps. And I'd also like to call upon the speakers of the previous session. Can I call upon the speakers of the previous session, Sanjay, Martin, Bjorn, Richard? And Benjamin, to come up and receive a souvenir from Just. And I'd like to invite once again the gentlemen from Chelaram Shipping, Captain Tetarbe, Mr. Kumar and Mr. Kurana, to come up for a group photo. And while the photographs are going on, I might as well just continue and say how grateful we are all to the Hong Kong Maritime Museum team who toiled really, really hard day and night for many days to put this event together. And particularly, I'd like to mention Libby Chan, Millie Lai, Sammy Wu, Angie Se, Ashley Se, Liz Leung, Haha Wong, and Rosanna Ho. Without your efforts, this event could not be possible, so thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So there's drinks at Cafe 8, the Museum Cafe, kindly sponsored by Chelaram Shipping once again. So please join us there. And thank you all for attending today. Thank you.